no, I don't want to hide the chat. I'm so sorry. Sorry for bouncing that. Still a little shaky. I just looked. Good morning. How you doing? So awesome, so amazing. Hi, hi. I decided since it'll be warm, I'm gonna sit out here for while I stream, unless I get coffee. So because anyway, how are you this morning? Hi. I hope you're doing well. I know I'm behind on comments. Go hard one day, then the next not. Okay, I can't have you guys all sit up there because I'll spill my coffee. Hey, Adele, how you doing? Good to see you. Morning, morning. I'm glad to hear you well. Thank you for the love. I was trying to figure out the emoji. I decided to sit here and talk for a while because it'll get hot. You're good too. Everybody's good. I'm good. There were birds. I guess I shouldn't talk. I've been watching them from inside while I was doing some chores. Okay, be careful. Don't knock over. Have you? Have a wonderful day. Oh, you guys just knocked over my phone already. Watch out. Don't knock over that hot coffee on me. Oh, you're probably really busy then. Good morning, Trav. I am doing well this morning. Oh, I'm usually not sitting out here. I'm going to have all these cats, and I have a huge thermos of coffee. How you doing, Trav? Oh, well, that's good. How you? Oh, sorry. Oh. Maybe it's not a good thing I'm sitting out here. One of the bigger cats tried to jump on me, and I have two phones on my lap, and I put my hot coffee between my legs and a bottle of water, so she had nowhere to jump, so I have shorts on. She was hanging from my leg. Maybe this won't be a bird's thing. It's beautiful. What are you laughing at me making noises? Yes, so this may not be a bird's noise. I need to weed more, and then I thought, well, I'll just sit outside for a while and talk. I haven't done that for like a year or more while I was talking with. So yeah, I had to sabotage myself and bring two phones and hot coffee in the other, and not pet them all for a half an hour. Get a cat, they said. Get 10, they said. Get 20 or 30, they said. I am sure a glutton for punishment. Hey, at least the really rowdy ones are inside. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear them. It's not too much of a speedway this morning, but yeah. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha. I know. I tend to overdo things. Actually, there's only 3 more for me to make. I'm hoping that comes soon. There's already like 10 in the house that are going to be waiting to get fixed from the kittens and the others. So, right, Cinnamon? You're not used to me. I've already gotten bitten by ants in between the legs. So you guys may hear me making lots of noises. Song? Did you write me a song? Did you sing a song? What song? I am not a cat lady, except to the cats. They all come across me. Well, some of them, yeah. What song? Did you write a song? Benny, I am so far behind. I have so many channels to look at and comments, and oh, yes, you beautiful singer. And then I have one good day, like, yes, got a bunch done the other day, and then yesterday kind of crashed. No, I posted it on your post. Ah, shit. Don't you guys know? One of my faults is reading and commenting. Okay, now I just gotta find it. Hey, YouTube, if you're listening, could you please make a thing where you make it easier for me to comment? See them and be like, keep giving me warnings. Okay, it's been this long. How are you, lovely? Early out there. Who thinks I'm a cat lady? Okay, if you think I'm a cat lady, more people will have to jump in from the background. If you think I'm a cat lady, put 1 in the chat. If you don't think I'm a cat lady, put 2. If you think I'm a crazy cat lady, put 3. Repeatedly. So, and if no birds come, do I need to go stick my head in one of her hands and chirp at you guys? 33333. There you go, crazy cat lady. I'm tired, been up since 3 a.m. I have 2, I can't remember. I think I got up around 10. All of the above. So, oh yeah, that fits, depending upon when I take my medicine and stuff. So I'm not a cat lady. I am a cat lady, and I'm a crazy cat lady. And that fits perfectly with my life, because I've gotten to the point where I'm not going to give the answer the same all the time. Depends upon how you catch me and what mood. And so, yeah, if people please don't have expectations in any way or shape or form, and you guys will. It's midnight. I've been up for about an hour. Oh, sleep, what's that? That used to be, I have ants between my legs. You guys are going to get treated to more noises. I should have put more clothes on. But ants, I probably get more ants and bugs than a lot of you. More rain, maybe. More cats and possums and raccoons, and had lots of visits the other night. And they keep them guessing. I think a lot of them want to give up. Wait, what? I'm talking this morning, David. Good morning. So, David, the question is, put 1 in the chat if I'm not, guys, keep me straight, if I'm not a cat lady. 2 if I am a cat lady. And 3 if I'm a crazy cat lady. Over and over and over. Or make up your own rules. I don't care. How you doing, David? A 2 and a 3. Okay. Hi, donkey buds. How are you this morning? Good morning, everybody. I've got you on the big set, back to lurking mode for me. Happy hump day. I was trying to think of something to say, but I better let that go. Jayan, you lovely. Oh, two of my badass girlfriends from California. Good morning, Jayan. I know it's been a long time. Doing well? You leaving for work? I appreciate you stopping in and saying good morning. Donkey, buds, drive. Are you really? That would be awesome, Adele. Adele is COC, by the way. Oh, many of you might know each other. Hello, Runner. Did I say Runner? Let me see if I know you. If I'm sub. Oh, I am sub to you, so hold on a minute. I luckily brought my other phone. Let me mod you up so that you can connect to people, because that means I already know you from somewhere. I wish I could give the excellent speech that Crumblewick gives. Yes, it'll probably go by fast once you start planning. Be like, yeah, look, there's Benny. I don't know if you ever been in the chat room at the same time, although Benny likes to lurk. I'm gonna go into BD and booking the date this afternoon. BDM, kind of. That looks like something I may not want to know what it is. Thank you, Runner. I appreciate you guys all. You going out on a 5K? Look, I'm speaking. So I wasn't sure if I was going to try to do hummingbirds too, or at least film one unlisted. Almost started early this morning. There were some beautiful pink clouds out. Got to get some room on my phones. All these 8 phones. Well, actually, one's still at a repair shop for more than a year. And 2, I don't remember the passwords for. So that leaves me 5, and they're all full of data. Oh, JN, let me ask JN that question. JN, I asked them all. So put 1 if you think I'm a cat lady. Put 2 if you think I may be mixing that up. No, put 1 if I'm not a cat lady. Say like they come across me. 2 if I am a cat lady, and 3 if I'm a crazy cat lady. Put 3. Read that wrong. Well, Trav, that's kind of what I was thinking, and I didn't want to. My mind was just kind of like, and then I stopped. Sometimes I, yeah, don't stop. And sometimes people try to make me laugh, like pink in the morning means hot today. Maybe pink in the morning means I'm hot today. No, I'm just kidding. Although we've been in this, what's it called? I'm in the wet bulb all week. 2. Thank you, JN. You have no filter? I was very good most of my life until, I can't exactly pinpoint which moment. It probably accumulated over my lifetime. Probably brain not developed, kicked in the head, playing soccer, falling out of the back of the truck on my head, probably all that. No, but with the meds. So yes, I apologize to anybody that I offend. That sounds like I'm not serious, but I'm actually serious because I don't really mean to. I'm trying not to. So, I have no idea what you guys are laughing at. Too bad we can't all talk to each other. And too bad I don't have some. It was when you traveled with the gypsies, Flo. Yeah, I traveled much. Not everywhere I wanted to go, but I did travel. And having to do all your necessities outside, you guys get my drift, and that makes you see the world different. Who knows? Okay, I don't know where I'm going with that. Yeah, travel with the gypsies. Oh no, I got some gypsies behind me. I better be careful. How are you doing, Jan? How are you doing, David? Oh boy. I did travel a lot. I wanted to, I can't remember how old I was because my father would always ask me what I wanted to be in life. I don't know if some of you had parents that were like that and with goals. What do you want to do this week? What do you want to do? So one thing I had said was that I had wanted to be a farmer, and he was like, so what do you really want to do? Took me, I don't know, 40, 50 years or something like that. But I wanted to be a National Geographic photographer, but I don't like the one side of life. So I wasn't sure if they'd accommodate me and be like, could you put me, I don't want to be where like lions are tracking them down. But I also wanted to be the first female Secretary of State. That was actually what, yeah, that's what my goal was. So, at least I got to live on like 5 countries, half the U.S. Blah, blah, blah. Doing well here. How are you? I'm just going to skip over what, I'm doing well. I was so busy the other day, and I don't know what happened yesterday. If I yeah. Don't get old. Oh, sorry. That was me fighting off mosquitoes. Should I get, if I put a post office box on, somebody want to send me one of those electric bug zappers? Could you imagine me sitting out here like running around through the woods with no short, I mean, no shorts on, with shorts on, and no shoes, and then trying to zap animals? Maybe one day I'll be bold enough, be like, yeah, dancing around. Hey, hey, Rick, how is. Hey, everybody. I was thinking of you. Are you still camping? How was your trip? I have no idea what you guys laugh about because I just keep rambling on and chat legs and I don't look. So, as long as people are laughing, I do not care if we laugh at me. I have always laughed at myself. And yeah, if you can't imagine, you guys haven't seen so many things that are in the thing, in my drafts and in my shorts of how I try to make myself laugh. Like, anyway, Benny, you left me a song. I should leave some of mine on where I'm singing. Handful of. Yeah, I'd never done. Yeah, maybe I would have to put pants on and shoes on. You know, I do have injured myself a lot on this land. Not bad, but yeah, I didn't have. If I wasn't so, I do have a filter that way. I could show you guys my knees and legs from when it looked so cute that I had all the kittens in the bathroom, and they just run up and down and scramble up all over my head, mess with my hair. They eat. Well, that was fun and lovely. And then it got to where they were big enough and I wasn't bottle feeding them, but they always wanted to still sit on me. So what do? Jump. And I have scars all over my thighs. How are you doing? Oh, you're back to your regular routine? Oh, that might be fun though, Trav, but this land is very precarious. There's hardly any of it that is level. There's vines that will wrap your leg. There's sinkholes from either animals, trees falling, or there's actually a couple of like little springs that sometimes during really strong rainstorms across the creek, and then there's one behind this building, but you can see them go. So, and then myself, and if I'm running, but rocks. So it's fun. Hey, wow, cool concert. What cool concert? Did I miss? That's good. Did you get your, actually, Rick, did you get your tent set up? I should not laugh about that. You're going to a concert, David, and you didn't even ask me if I'd like to go. I mean, I know I'm older. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't been to, I love concerts. I think my first concert was Count Basie when I was 14. And that, right after that, I saw the Rolling Stones, Starfucker. And then right after that, I saw Fleetwood Mac. All right before I went to Brazil. Oh, I'm not a cougar. I heard a better word. See, I've got a white streak in my hair. Or wait a few years. I'm good. Oh, not a silver fox. A snow leopard. Snow leopard sounds so much better than cougar. So, yeah. Doesn't that sound better? Meow. Well, cougars meow, I guess, in a way. I don't know if you'd want me to meow like a cougar. You better run if that happens. So much for the birds. Oh, here comes the Hope train. Is the Hope train for, could be a poop train. Fun fact, we do have, snow leopards are one of your favorite animals. Yes, then I'd like to be a snow leopard. When I grow up in what, like 4 years or whatever, 4 or 5 years, if I grow up. You gonna play with the, are you gonna play with the tripod type Tay-Tay? Dot, 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 dot. Thanks you guys all for stopping in. I hope I'm looking at my screen instead of, let me make sure. It says all messages. Hope I'm not missing anyone this morning. Look, since there's no birds, except for it's zoomed in. Tay-Tay. There's ants all over. Look, you guys, I weeded a little bit around her. I got a lot more to do, but I had never had weeds as tall as they were. She even had blackberry, wild raspberry bushes that were covering her. So that was fun. I'm going to, hopefully before it gets too hot, I can spend an hour or two maybe weeding. They're one of your favorite animals. Jan has rescued a lot of exotic animals. See, I'm nothing. I have these little kitties and stuff like that, and Jan has. She's rescued and takes care. Actually, she's waiting for me to. I meant to do it yesterday and crashed out and burned. First time that I've noticed that, I think it was. Oh! I'm sorry, guys. I just got bit on the thigh by an ant. Maybe that's a game we should play. Why is Susan making that sound? I think we'll do that. Let's play a game. Every time that I make a weird noise, you guys guess what's going on. Good morning, Magic. How are you doing? She has a lot to carry. The girl, she's actually been knocked over quite a few times. She used to sit closer here to me, and there was a butterfly garden that she sat in the middle of. But I moved some of the rocks and put her there, and there's trees coming up all over, and weeds and stuff, but yeah. Good morning, much love to you. Good to see you. Good to see all you guys. You almost made me laugh, David, and Benny when she was talking about, or whoever, that Trav and I read it wrong. Oh, I just saw a cardinal fly over in the tree. Maybe if I'm not too low. So I haven't spoke to you guys in a long time. Have I? Much love, everybody. Listen to the cicadas. Gonna be a hot one today. You little boogers. Mosquitoes all over. I'm already bleeding in several places. Yeah. A lot of people think it looks like paradise, and it is, but paradise often has hidden things. You just have to focus on the positive, I guess. Yeah. So, what you guys all up to this morning? Oh! You guys are supposed to guess. You just woke up and stream like, did I stop in or not? I think I maybe looked or something. I don't know. You stream a lot, huh? I used to stream a lot. At least I happened to notice a girlfriend was on, so I'll replay her stream. Here comes another train. I'm actually surprised there's not more cats. Good morning, Red Bull. Princess, how you doing? Thank you for stopping in and saying she's wishing everybody a great and wonderful day. Thank you for the hello. I appreciate you stopping in. Have a good day. Surprise! I'm talking. Not that I don't talk anyway. Oh, what is... Oh, there's a hornet's nest right under where I'm sitting. So, I'm using my fingers. I'm not even looking at it. They just start. Good thing there's none in there. I'd probably tip over the camera and everything. I talk too much on your streams. Not like me, I don't think. Although, I don't. Good morning, Anfield. How you doing? Some people have already come and left. Thank you for the hearts. I just see some hearts. If you haven't, if nobody's ever checked out, of course, all of you guys, we all have contributions. This is me talking to myself. We all have contributions that we can give to YouTube and do. Hopefully, Anfield has a really cool thing about trains too, and fixes and makes his own stuff. Good morning, movie fan clips. How are you? Did I leave you a comment the other day? Maybe I haven't shared, but you're so supportive always in sharing. Ow! I've been watching some stuff, but I get these darn YouTube errors that, like this morning, I commented to a couple people, and then they error out. Takes me forever to type, and then I do the app thing. Hopefully they see when I return a comment. And then other people I can comment on. So many weird glitches. How you doing today, movie fans, clips? You missed the cicadas? Well then, I guess I should stream more, put it. Okay, if I could change the word, it'd be Sousa and the Cicadas. Sounds like a rock band that needs to happen. And I will play my kazoo. I'll play the Yellow Submarine. I've been working on the railroad. I had like 14 songs in my repertoire. I don't remember. Good morning, Flo Farm. I'm doing all right. Just a little tired. In a couple hours, I'll be taking a nap because I'm going to bingo with my family later. Yeah. I haven't played bingo in a long time. That can be awesome. Very much a lot of fun. Actually, there's a channel I belong to, and they play bingo, or they used to. Maybe they changed it. They play bingo once or twice a week. It's not a bird channel, but their husband's channel. Naps are good. Oh, I'm getting self-sabotaging. I'm in a tank top and shorts and clog shoes. So I give them every opportunity to get me. You know, I think there's cicadas here most of the year round. And actually, since I have Meniere's, that's vertigo and tinnitus, different noises in your ears. There's a list of like the 10 noises, and if you hear several of them, it could be. Because it's not always just ringing, but one is even cicadas. Like if you heard this sound in your head a lot, you could have Meniere's. I wish you luck at bingo today. That sounds fun. Things are going well this morning. I went hard the day before and bunch of errands, and then worked outside a little bit, and oh no, then yesterday I was opposite, kind of. But doing well. Yes. Giddy. My favorite times I used to go play, I lived for a while at the Avi. I'm trying to remember, that's the one across the lake from David. Where were you at the casino? I don't know if he's still in here. It says only 2 people. But the Laughlin, across from Laughlin. I'm trying to remember what the name of that city. Bullhead City. I can't remember which one, but there's a casino on the other side that's on a reservation It was called the AVI, AVI. I don't know if it still is, but I lived there for about 6 months. And they had bingo in the mornings. I won several times. It was so fun. I'd have coffee with Irish cream, Bailey's Irish cream. Such a very long time ago. Good morning, Susie. Susie, I'm so sorry I missed your live. I don't know what happened. I had looked and sometimes I wonder why I'm not getting notifications for people. Now I'm starting to check. Um, you guys might too on some of yours or whatever. I'm sure it's just not me and how they do it. And if you don't comment, because I've been on some of the channels that I even just checked or something, and if it's been a long time, I don't know if any of you are getting an error or something like, if you haven't visited this channel in a while, blah, blah, blah. So I'm trying to make sure that I comment, um, watch something new and comment so that they stick. Because I was really excited to go to your live that night. I think I fell asleep too. Last week I fell asleep during 3 live streams. Hey, but that was there. In fact, I think one channel rolled some music channels, and I think they rolled into 3 or 4 other people's channels. They put the link and had it where that takes the you right to them. So then I woke up and I was like, it had been there. I was hoping maybe I said hello, but I didn't. That's a chestnut back there. I can see. You're scratching me, little girl. I know you want that, but I only have shorts on. Okay, you're gonna lick me to tell me you're sorry. I don't know if you can hear her purring. I had wanted to get some, I would like to redo this garden because there's some things here that are hidden. A lot of things that are hidden from weeds or just other bushes that are so big that I've been wanting to propagate them, divide them for years, that maybe I could sell some of it. Kazoo and the Cicadas. Wouldn't that be a good name for the band? Hoyt, one of my friends, he plays kazoo too, but he plays several instruments and streams if you've met some guy. So he would like for me to go on his show. I should do one time and play my kazoo. But he's a professional. I don't. I'd be so nervous, and I'd have to practice because I remember it had been so long that, and when I got that hippie chick kazoo, that I can't remember if it was him or other people, and maybe had a little green or something, and I was so excited to play it, and nothing would come out, and I forgot you're supposed to hum in it, and I kept blowing in it, sucking it, couldn't get nothing to come out, and they kept being like, Bullhead City, so I did say it. Yes, Bullhead City. You're good, Caesar. It's not your fault. YouTube can be a pain sometimes. Thank you for that. I'm glad you stopped in, and I hope that I make your next live. This is Susie, so Hot Ink is another Susie. That's why JN knew me as other names too. But there's lots of Suzannes and Susies and Sues, and now I even know 3 Susas, maybe 4. And then when then people get confused because I have been known by different names or different groups that call me things. So then they thought I had a different name, like Sousa Palooza, and then there's somebody else in the green one that goes by. Does she go by Sousa? I think so. So I hope this week I can catch up a little bit. I liked Laughlin back in the day. When I lived at the Avi, I still have shot glasses up above, collections from everywhere I lived, but I don't drink, but that, and I have a mug that's got a lid, and quite a few things from the Avi. That had to be more than 30 years ago. Some people like, What were you, 2? No, I'm a snow leopard. I've been meaning, I've been meaning so many lately too. LOL, we are everywhere. Except for I'm in spurts. I used to be more around everywhere and definitely try to support people or there's places I like to go, but sometimes I'm barely showing up to compared to how I used to be. None of you guys know, but I was just one that never slept. I ran 3 businesses. People called me Energizer Bunny at some of the things because I'd go to some big trade shows and was my only person. I never had employees or other people and run like 3, 4. Oh, and I did National Garden Show. 4 days I'd drive back and forth every day. That was a tough show. Been so long. Jan, I posted some shorts in Laughlin 3 weeks ago. Had a blast. Oh, you're only talking to Jan. One of the water taxi ride. That'd be fun. Sounds wonderful. That's what's great is if I get to see through you guys some different things. Where's your next adventure? Jan, good morning, Jan. Good morning, Jan from Cicadaville. How are you? I am, yes.
Cicada Town or Cicada Village. If you're thinking of a specific place, media, or event,
Go
let
away.
me know what you're looking for.
No, go away. I didn't know I had it. Whoever, they made me install that darn thing. I put it off as long as I could, and then they update while I'm sleeping. I will check them out too. I am having a good morning. It goes in spurts, and I don't know if you read my post. Jan, don't say too much. But Jan actually knows me. Is a very good friend, and has a house down here in Alabama, and we knew each other for several times. When I've showed you guys the road, and you think, oh, it's not that bad. Jan tried to visit me, like how long ago, Jan? 10, 15 years ago or more? And she stopped at the top of the hill and was like, I am not driving down the road. And Jan, now it's much worse. And there's pine trees and tulip poplars and hickories growing in half of the road. So I've had it on my list to talk to a commissioner because it's getting to where, if there was a fire or something here, they would have a hard time getting here. So, and Jan's already experienced that. How's the weather in Minnesota, Jan? How's it going? When I try to type Flow, my device types Fluff. Oh, I got another name, Fluff. That's why would you try to type Flow? Usually when people type Sousa, it always comes up Tear on my phone. It's the strangest. I must have been crying that day or something because when people type Sousa, my phone shows Tear. How are you doing, Jan? So yes, I'm a real person. Oh, the birds are confirming that too. But see, even if Jan didn't come here and she was a good friend, actually that's 2 or 3. Brave souls. I had people that would drive up here because they couldn't get a hold of me for doing shows. A professor once too from Auburn drove all the way out here because they wanted me to make soap and make the special soaps, and also I did arrangements of herb plants for that they could put on all the tables, and then give everybody herbs, an herb plant. So very long ago. How is Vegas now? I hear that the tourism down good rates. Probably. I remember you. You walked up. I walked up to you. Did I? Probably, it must have been, it must have been at Zen Park, right? I know I wasn't trying to get you to come to my booth to buy something, right? Because I'm not usually like you. I mean, not like you. I'm not usually like that, like I didn't try to hawk my stuff or stuff like that. I remember that bread place, Jan, that used to, I was thinking about that bread, that artisan bread. They were so good. That was a long time ago, Jan, because then I moved on to bigger shows. It's hard to make money at farmers markets, not always, but if you don't have, during the summer, Jan was so lovely. Her and her family actually followed me around Alabama and Georgia just to come say hello. And she can contest that how busy I'd be. She'd watch my booth while I'd go to the bathroom, beg people's plants. Jan, I love you. What an awesome friend you are. I only said work because that's like a different lifetime. I miss that all so very much. You live in Vegas? Ah, so is that true? Oh, school's just starting or it's been a while? I know a Bruce out there. I asked before, did you get your tent set up? That's me. I have lots of stories from Vegas, but I have lots of stories for you. Probably because I lived in so many places, I'm blushing now. Um, Probably most of the places I went back then aren't done. They probably tore most of them down. It'd be so fun to go out there. Started early August. Yeah, Vegas banned me from coming back. That's really not true, but my mother put me up to something and it started a bunch of trouble. Thanks, Mom. So we haven't seen one bird yet, and I put hashtag birds. And even the cats aren't, all you get is Flo and cicadas and odd noises I'm making about the other things around me. Oh, Jan never, you didn't see the display gardens or even up at the farm. But she could tell you I grew lots of plants and did art and made uh, plants and art and vegetables and probably all kinds of stuff, right, Jan? Potpourris. Like if it was the holidays, that's why I had three businesses. One wasn't enough. It was like in the winter time it'll be slow, so I'll go to winter shows and do art and make soap and do plants in containers for inside and other stuff. I would say what? Mimi would say tourism is down. Mimi, but because of the heat. You do it, both of you doing good. That's good. No, I came to your house, but the road was. That's what I mean. You did come down here to us? Oh, that's bad that I don't remember. I thought the one time it must have been other friends that turned around and I know it was definitely, well, you wouldn't have to have four-wheel drive now, but if anybody wants to come visit, uh, on one condition, rent some kind of thing with something you can push the trees down in the middle of the road. Otherwise, they don't really let people come. Especially now, the house is in half deconstruction mode for years. Autocorrect having issues. Yeah, they've been. I feel really bad because they've been putting Z's every time I type somebody's name. This last week, it puts a Z in front of it. I don't know what kind of language they're having me try to speak. Z-Rick gets the best of it. I'm gonna blame that on them, but yes, it's like I don't have a autocorrect having issues. Yeah. I feel really bad because they've been shush up, shush up. That's what I get for bringing up. Yeah, be a smart aleck, and look what happens. Try to have fun, they say. Dope. Yeah, me also, Flo. Z, 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 Z. Yeah. That reminds me of Vegas. I have, guess what? I have a cat licking me now. You're such a sweet girl. Huh? Maybe I'm salty already. I'm not really even sweaty, but, well, thank you. Maybe it's because I'm not out here as much, and you are a sweet girl. Do like to show affection, don't you? Yes. Hey, Tana! Tana, extra big hugs, much love. I'll use your line. How you doing? What you doing? Although it says, when are you going to see Randy? Tana's getting 2 new kitties. If she was closer, she would have adopted 2 from here. Tana hopes everyone is, much love to everybody here. Hope everyone is doing have an amazing day. Check out Tana sometime at night, 18 or 21 and over. But she does pour painting in black light colors. Black light colors. I want to paint. For years, that was going to be the first art project I did. Was I was going to rage paint like 5 years ago. But I couldn't figure out the delivery system. I didn't know if I wanted to use my hands, throw the paint, or use like a water gun or the big Nerf guns and put paint in them, or yeah, syringe, do whatever, but put paint on my feet and then do it. But I would like to. I was already thinking that I would like to do some art stuff soon and do something. There's always things I want to do, but I've been drawing inside occasionally. Trying not to too much because there's so much stuff that, I mean, hey, you guys can see her. Depending upon what time I get off. See, maybe, look at how tall some of those weeds are. I mean, there usually is paths. There's rooms. See how tall? Look at how so tall. There's weeds that are taller than me. First time ever. I know that's going to make it buffer. What's that smell? Sometimes updates and reinstalls the app. I'm not doing that because I have so much in draft, and if you and have to reinstall YouTube, it gets rid of all your drafts. So not only do I have all these phones, but they all have drafts in them. Some of them have 30 or 40 drafts in them, and I'm not going to lose them all. So I just put it up with doggy. Next weekend, you're so excited. You ordered a new cat tree, Tana? Hi, Artful. I am doing well today. Thank you very much. I'm doing well even when I'm not doing well. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Because sometimes the best you can be is even, yeah, not good. But maybe it's the best that it's going to be. How you doing, Artful? That's so cool. How are you feeling, Tana? You feeling all better? I just look at things more than one way, and sometimes that's good or not good, but whatever. That's what I try to tell myself, even about other people. Like, yeah, I try not to have expectations and try to get rid of it, or have past things, and maybe it's to pacify myself, but even if it's been crappy things, whatever, I try to say, well, maybe the best, maybe they were doing the best they could. And maybe save you some heartache and other stuff. I have no idea. I don't know that. Yep, doing great. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing great, Tana. Cheers to all my friends that do. I'm glad you're doing okay, Artful. Many of you have not met Artful, I don't think. So many friends from so many places converging. Much love, Jan, if you're still here. Wish I could drive better. I'd go out to your place and then go to Cheehaw Mountain. I was talking to this one girl a woman that goes to a bunch of the state parks. And Jan, what's the best state park here in Alabama? Is it Notasulga Falls, the one, and DeSoto that you guys used to go and like one of your favorite? I remember I was supposed to go up there for a basket making class and some other stuff, and I was going to be speaking on something, but another woman was doing um, basket making classes out of natural stuff. But I was telling her that about Cheehaw. I used to go up there years ago every week, help me and another woman restore the Carolyn Dean Wildflower Garden. I'd love to go up there, but the roads are so windy. I'm not sure that I trust myself with veneers unless I put one of those transderm patches behind my ear or something. Hello, Aries Virgo. How are you? Thank you for coming in. Sorry, poof was in your lap, so I had to type one-handed. Oh, no sorries, no worries. Who was that said that earlier? Good morning, Flo Souza. Good morning. Good to see you. Everything is well. All is well. That was a very poor rendition of that song. There's a beautiful song by a guy named, I was going to say Avi Kaplan. He was part of, I think, the Pentatonics. My mind is not. Used to have photographic memory, but almost completely. But now I don't. But one of the a cappella bands, groups. And he went on his own, Avi Kaplan. But he's got a beautiful song called All Is Well. Simply gorgeous. Aries Virgo is saying hello to everybody in the chat. We have not seen one bird. When this finishes editing, I may have to take out the word bird out of this thing. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing? My glasses. I have these cheap reading glasses, and they are fogging up. So if you haven't heard me speak before, this is me. This is real life. I'm a real person. I got told the other day by a few people that I'm a bot. And then I was boring and my stuff sucked. I said, thank you. Win, win, win. You watched, you commented, I commented back. I don't even ask. So, yep, you're correct. He was part of Pentatonics. Love his music. Doesn't he have a great voice? Tana, I'm glad you can confirm he has some I've used several of his songs in my. I'm trying to remember what. Well, All Is Well is one of my favorites that he uh, does, but there's several. Beautiful voice. Beautiful, beautiful. Mm. YouTube Studio channel permission should give you a list of the channels you mod for, unless you've been modding for years ago. I don't even have room on my phones to put studio in. Like I have mods I need to get rid of. None of you guys, I've had some from like 5 or 6 years ago, and or maybe not that long ago, however long ago. So, um, and kind of refresh or start over and stuff like that. Good morning, Hala. How are you? Hala saying good morning to everybody. I know a bunch of us start going on, combining a bunch of different channels, which is great. Jan, you know all this stuff about studio, and never mind. Thank you for the support you gave me, Jan. I still haven't checked if we've gotten back in contact by email. That one is just the one I created for here. I can't access it. Here I grew up around computers since I was little. Saw those big old mainframes from that be like in the space movies when they were still using paper, like paper. What would it be? Not dictation. What am I trying to think of? Oh gosh. I am doing well, thank you. Uh, I know yesterday I was really busy the day before and stayed out in the heat quite a while during how that was, but that wet bulb or whatever, and I guess it's a more true, accurate thing of humidity and real feel. And people that work outdoors or like for sports, the high schools, other things, they use that, and for their workers. Basically, it's like even if you're outside for 15 minutes working in that kind of dangerous heat, water isn't enough, the electric lights are not enough. If you work 15 minutes, you're supposed to take a half an hour to 45-minute break. Crazy. So I did a bunch of stuff. I did not get all my errands done in town. I was thinking about going back today, but if not today, tomorrow. Anyway, I'm doing well, thank you. Oh, well, I'm pretty basic with computer stuff. Oh, and here I don't even know that. There's so much I don't know, like people will tell me to look at that. I don't like to look at the analytics. It said, oh, wait, I don't think we can see it. I was going to show you guys. Oh, left. There were hummingbirds eating off of cannas. If some of you know what cannas are, there used to be the part where the cat table is. That's a Japanese maple, and there used to be two trees where it made a big archway. You couldn't see this from the driveway. I don't know if Jan was here, she might have been able to say that it looked a lot different. But you'd walk in, and there was this old-fashioned rose of the South. It's not native, called Ladybanks, and it's evergreen. There's not very many evergreen roses. And so it just was huge and big. I had lutea down here. That's the yellow. It comes in white or yellow. It's hard to find the white ones. I've got it growing on a bank coming down the compost, two compost sections up there that are huge, carved into. But it would, they only bloom once a year in the spring, and there would be thousands of little blooms. So these all had like separate little areas that you'd walk in, and but this land is advantageous. It wants it back. Well, I know you're not a bot. I've seen you flash many times. Yes, it was nice. Very nice. I really had a great time talking about roses and so many other things with you. Jan, you're always so wonderful. In fact, that's what I was thinking about. I wonder how the roses and other stuff. You're, I remember because also, what else did you get for the front porch? You got, shoot, honeysuckle, where a lot of people don't like honeysuckle, especially in the South. There's Chinensis, which means Chinese. So a lot of people put the white and yellow honeysuckles up, which they're beautiful, but in the South they're very invasive. And the United States has three kinds at least that are native to the United States, and they are not as aggressive. And Jan had bought um, I'm trying to say the botanical. I was so good at that. My winter time was, I just read horticultural books all winter long, refreshed. Jan, you shouldn't listen because nowadays I don't know. I don't know things like, it's all slipped my mind. Hello, Ramon. Yes, very pretty. And she used to, Jan probably knows too, uh, that I sold a lot of native azaleas. Very fragrant in the spring. Back here down this creek, there was Piedmont azaleas and the Alabama azalea, which is white. And I'd smell this exotic smell and go looking. And previous owners probably kept cutting it down because they have kind of spindly branches and trunk and stuff. And I'm trying to remember what they call it. But it would be so strong. And when I saw the flowers, I was like, why would anybody cut these down? But honeysuckle, yeah, there's several places that in the yard where you can walk, and it brings back so many memories. There's gardenias here, but most of them are covered up. I'm trying to remember what blooms later on in the summer and all that. Jan can contest how many plants I sold. I grew more than I sold, but I was known as several things. Herb lady, succulent lady, fern lady, rose lady. And I wouldn't always take whatever I grew because I couldn't fit it in my truck or my van. And so sometimes if I knew there were a lot of herb people, then I wouldn't take many herbs except for what I knew was more exotic or other people wouldn't carry. Or some shows would ask me to take certain things. But honeysuckle is. Hi, Cher Bear. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. It seems like it was General something, Hunnels. Oh, what was, okay, General, or Major. Oh my gosh, I knew this stuff by heart. I even knew the botanical names. Oh, which I needed to. Oh, so frustrating to me that now with the head damage and stuff, that all the stuff that I knew and breathed in and absorbed it's floating around in my mind like pieces of tissue paper coming off the roll. General, that's going to bug me until it wasn't Admiral Sims. That was a native azalea. General, shoot, I should look it up. It seems like it was General something hunk, which is not considered invasive. Yeah, there's three. You might have gotten, I'm wondering if you got the orangish red one. But it's still, I remember all over your porch. There's a bike path you ride on with honeysuckle on both sides. Probably smells amazing. There's honeysuckle. There's the invasive honeysuckle. Well, when Alabama Power had their people come through in the middle of the night, because they're not supposed to spray here, because my farm, they got my elderberry patch, they got some of the blueberry orchard. I'm hoping they didn't kill the vitex out front, some of the weeping peaches. Jan, they might have sprayed a bunch of the roses that went between the properties. How I had them all along the fence, and they were so big, like New Dawn, that hurricane rose that you can't buy anywhere. That was one of the only things left from Hurricane Katrina in that district ward. I've tried not to focus on everything they killed and sprayed. There's Aries Virgo in the background, pollinating the chat. I think it was an orange hue, orange and reddish. I remember the plant more than its name. General Wave. I should look it up on my other phone. Man, I'm sure I even have the little signs that I made. And for the plants, I probably have plant tags. I know I have plant tags even for patent and on the that you can't, that I'm still authorized to sell. And then I know there's a bunch of proven winter pots. Who knows how much all those cost? Everything that I didn't plan to go out of business. And anyway, we don't have to talk about that. But all the money I invested for the future, didn't plan to quit. Actually, I got a bunch of catalogs in. I should make sure my volume down. Because would you believe there's a company that I still has, uh, I have a $1,200 credit on, but at least it's one of my favorite places. So I'd like to get a bunch of stuff in to redo here and then set up some to sell through the Native Plant Society of Georgia. Is that one? Actually, let me, where did I buy that from? The starts. I'm trying to remember. You can't even walk in the driveway or even drive up there, Jan, because of all this land is just advantageous, but it's full of pine trees. You can't drive up there. I don't know if you ever drove up there. Driveways are so bad. Yes, I saw that. That was really too bad about all your... Yeah, and you didn't, I don't know, I think, I don't know if you came to some of those places, like even when I did, Cummings, Georgia, and, one of the last years, and that she can attest that some of the shows, I mean, I'd cram this one church van I had so full that plants would almost fall out the doors. And because of the way I could pack stuff in there and the shelves and other stuff, and those huge rhododendrons and other stuff in some of those premiere shows. And so I'd only maybe able to take one or two, and if usually one of the vendors or somebody else would want to buy them, and I'd make them leave them in my booth till the end of the show so I could show customers and they'd take orders for the next show. But I invested a bunch from a gentleman that quit going to Callaway Gardens because it's just a lot when you're traveling to go to some of these shows. And I bought not a semi, but a huge, like the largest box truck and he had it to where he put other planks in it, so it was stacked. I think it took us 5 hours to unload, 5 or 6 hours to unload out at the road. And then I had to carry in all the plants. In fact, I had so many that then I had a spot that was open. What was that was parked that you can't see, but that was right inside? I think I had to leave a bunch in the driveway. A bunch of hydrangeas, because I did a hydrangea festival, and so, not that he bought those, but yeah, I invested a bunch of money before that happens, I guess. But I was hoping that I could work another 10 years at least. There, yeah, I should laugh. I just gotta laugh because mm, up above is a Darwin garden. I haven't even checked, Jan, to see, but there was still some eucalyptus up there, and they were 30, 40, 50 foot tall. But that, I think it was last year or the year before, we had some, um, we got really low. I'm hoping that they didn't die down. Last time I was in the greenhouse, there were 3 or 4 fig trees that had rooted in. And they hadn't poked through um, the plastic. But if they're still there, they haven't been watered in years. But maybe with the greenhouse getting the transpiration and probably um, sweating, there's 2 dessert figs in there. A yellow, there's the one yellow one, and then a white dessert fig too, and then a few others. But there was stuff all over. That sounds convenient if you sell everything less to reload at the end of the event. If if you sell less to reload at the event. Oh no, I didn't do that. A lot of people, I very rarely did that because I had such a limited basis and I went so many, I had to travel for my shows. I'm not in a good location. I did that because I've always had gardens, and even when I traveled around, I took plants with me. I would look like the Beverly Hillbillies and stuff. But I grew a lot. I don't know how many varieties of herbs I grew. I think I grew 45 kinds of ferns. That was just ferns. I don't know how many succulents. Jan would see, and like when I do the herb festival down in Old Town, Alabama, even though I sold tons of herbs, some friends of mine had been going there for years selling herbs, so I would only take the exotic ones, but they knew me as the Rose Lady. So usually I'd have customers that would be on a waiting list for some things, or I'd have flyers that would show what shows, or even some plants, and if I knew you, then I'd hold them and put them in areas and show them for whenever. I mean, for when I'd see you. I'd schlep all over. I was usually a lot less than most of the people that sold at shows too. If I could have gave away plants, I would. Like Jan probably something. Stores don't do that. Hey, you buy 2? Here's another one, or here's some soap, or here's something. But especially if it was a kid or sometimes other stuff. Yeah, I did a lot of different things and always changed around. But there were times I'd do 2 farmers markets in a day. I think some years when I was doing farmers markets, I was doing 11 farmers market, and none of them were close by me in a week. So I'd have to leave at like 4 o'clock in the morning to go to Georgia to get set up, be there about till noon, load up, and then go drive somewhere else to be at another farmer's market that would start about 4 and go till 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And then I'd get home about, I don't know, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, unload everything and load up fresh, take vegetables, fill up my soap racks, do whatever. I got worse and worse over the years. Jan saw that too. I think it was this head damage. Hey, Monkey Man, let me mod you up. How you doing? Oh, and there's Dream Tooth. Cheers, guys. Let me make you 2 mods. Thanks for coming in. How you doing, Monkey Man? That's a different one. You got a second channel? I'm not sure if I'm set up. How are you and your family doing? And Dream Tooth, good to see you. I am having a great morning. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Give me a minute. I have to focus and let me... Oops. I was almost going to report you, Monkey Man. I would have. Not really. I wouldn't have gone through, but still a little shaky. I know both of you, so there you go. You should both be blue. But Jan can attest to how like obsessive compulsive I was about plants. Or I don't know if she saw at the end, but I got up to where I was making 72 types of soap, and I still have a bunch inside. It's cured so long they will laugh. I probably will. When whatever happens at the end, they'll probably go in there and be like, "Why does this woman have thousands of bars of soap?" It was fun. However, I remember how much effort you put into it. Wasn't I like it? Jan, I am nowhere near. You are one of the few people that um, I don't think anybody else knows I have a YouTube channel, Jan. I'm still hiding from them. I still get catalogs. I still get contacted from uh, uh, the Herb Festival down in Montgomery. They're at a new location now. They're not at Old Town. But Eagles Roost wanted me to buy their farm. The herb people. It would have been a really nice location and stuff like that, but there was no way I could have afforded that. But it was fun. I had so much fun. I did it for the fun, but that's why the place up there always was a mess, because I was so busy. And then besides maintaining and planting and doing the tags and doing everything, because I did all facets of the business, I'd have to start pulling by like a Wednesday to go out of town for a big show. And then be there all weekend, then come home, unload on a Sunday or Monday. And in the meantime, still do stuff and that. Now I barely get out of bed. It was fun. Monkey, hey. I have not been busy. Only in my mind. Even that, I think, is shutting off. At least you will always smell great. I don't know about that either. They lose a little bit of the scent, like when you're, I still have some even wrapped in, I don't know how many of because then when I started, I don't think you knew that, but at some of the end for some of the stores, I was putting on those plastic ones that you do with the heat gun and then tear it off for the labels, because they wanted it like at Auburn in the one hotel where the kids' parents stay. So they lose their scent a little bit until you start using it, and then they'll smell. But it was fun. But I don't go in that room a whole lot. That's where the rattlesnake came from. So it still freaks me out. Hello, Aries Virgo. Yes, Jan. So Jan can attest that you, it was just so long ago, so nice, and so many fond memories. And now I barely can speak correctly. I do miss that. It was, I think that was what was happening at the end, Jan, though, was because of all this undiagnosed head stuff. And sometimes having what I would call episodes were these different kinds of seizures, not a regular type of seizure. I think that's why I just kept getting weirder and weirder, and that's why I hide from some people. They see me as I used to be and don't accept that I'm who I am now, and that I'm not going to get that back. I don't want to cry, but it's taken me a long time to try to get used to not being independent like that. And if I ever had somebody that I adopted and did the farm or whatever, or wanted it, I'd have all the connections from the different places for the plugs, be able to teach them how to propagate, get them. I could probably get them into all those shows. things that it took me years and years to figure out. In fact, I was thinking about like Lobster Fest, that one I used to do for Humane Society up there. I mean, Habitat for Humanity up at your way. So very long ago. Look at me talking about myself. That's bold. I do miss it. And also, that's like I'd really like to make some soap. Even though I have all that in there, I'd like to make some soap. And did make my soaps with hemp oil. That's one of the ingredients. So good for you. Oh, hummingbirds, can you hear them? They're flying all over around me. They're up on the porch too, but they're flying. Don't know if you guys know what the hummingbird sound sounds like. Yeah, they're just buzzing right above. They distracted me. It's nice to know there's somebody that remembers some of that, although I'm hiding from the rest. I still once in a while get emails. I'm going to probably change my phone number. So bad. Good morning, Shelley. I felt so bad because after I was already starting, I saw Kumari was on. I'm going to have to. And I was hoping that I could come in and say hello. I will play her stream later. I didn't want to miss. Hello, beautiful. I love you too. How are you feeling? If Kumari's still live, tell her I apologize. I wouldn't have set up my stream if I would have. I did bring another phone and was going to say good morning, but I had so many lovely friends. So glad. Good morning. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Even though you tell me that, I'll forget. I mean, she ended? Okay. Well, I'll have to send her a message and I'll rewatch for the watch hours and see what it was going. I hope it was a good stream. 8:45. I used to be, it doesn't look like it now, and not always was, but I would give things 100% and was somewhat of a perfectionist. And that's bad to be, because then sometimes if you can't be, and so just changed in so many ways. But I've been sucking at some stuff like that just for about, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. Even longer. I have no time concept. I think I've been asleep the majority of this year. Even if I wasn't asleep, I mean in some kind of zone where, oh no, they're flying over. Yes, I've changed a lot. But Jan, if you're honest, didn't you see me do that? Go downhill like in my organization and stuff? Not be as set up. I know I was busy and would take as much as I could, but um, not have plants labeled and not have the signs up. And I think I still have cases and cases up there of, remember when I would even add, I don't know if you saw, but do you remember at the ends of the shows and I'd give I mean, not at the end of the shows, but the last few years, and I had like books that I would give away. Buttons, Plant Nerd buttons, and I still think I got a couple hundred buttons up there that say Plant Nerd. So I might, if I ever can get some of that stuff together. She's on a sedge schedule, she's monetized. That makes sense. And now that's a blue jay. I think they like that I've been staying away. No, they used to. I had one that almost, oh, okay, it's right above. I'll be quiet. You guys will get to see the first bird. Come on, Mr. Blue Jay. She's like, where's she talking from? Yay! Finally, one bird. At least it was one bird. How are you doing? How's Kumari doing? I love my friends. I'm so glad to see you guys. I'm glad I'm talking and probably rambling too much, but so Jan, if you were here before, do you remember the storm shelter? How I had this this storm shelter that was had the English knot garden surrounding it? Well, that right there is the storm shelter. In fact, there's a couple of trees that are growing in some of the soil by it. I sure hope that they have not. That's a FEMA approved shelter. Maybe I should write to them if it. Not that. Anyway, that if they withstand, that could be a test to see if they withstand trees growing through them. See the safety shelters. I'm just happy I finally weeded some around her. What time is it? I figured that 10:30. I didn't know how long I'd be on, especially if it was going to get hot or who would come by. But then I decided, well, I'll come out and talk this morning. And especially I'm not always that fast. Oh, you are still great at speaking. Jan, you haven't heard me speak enough. I'd be embarrassed. You are still interested in enjoying the farm and all the wildlife. We're both getting older, so what we do is changing. We appreciate the past, but are still active. I'm not compared to. I've had, and I don't know how long it is. I guess I'm adjusting to losing my independence. That was for anybody that has or has to do that. For me, that was probably the hardest thing to do because I was always on the go, whether I lived with my parents in different places or on my own in different places and other stuff and traveling. And yeah, I just didn't sit still. People told me I could never sit still. And that wasn't true. But that's, Jan, if I can, I still want to, there's some of the rare plants. You knew I grow a lot of rare plants, and there's just like Alabama snow wreath, which is really, really hard to find. And I bet you now people pay $25 or something for just a little 1 gallon of those. And there's so many of those. The one main plant by this one bush is so huge. And so I might just start, they'd like for me to go over there and speak and sell still. But it would have to be at night, so I don't know, but I could give them a bunch of stuff or even just sell it to them wholesale and let them sell. I would go over there like I used to. I'd go over there, and even on the shows where I just donated stuff, some of them I'd go and speak. I don't know if you ever went to Dadeville. And so some of the places I would just go so that I could, if customers had questions, I'd be able to. Since I thought out of the box, like this area is shaded and people would get hung up on horticultural books or on the tags, it has to have full sun. Or here, since the sun would get intense and be like, oh, I can't put it in full sun, it would burn up, then I didn't consider myself a teacher or educator, just to share my experiences and sometimes think out of the box about certain things. It'd be nice to pass along some of that. Oh, he's talking to you, lovely statue. Good morning, beautiful. Is that me? You don't know what I look like. I mean, I have shorts on and a tank top, and yeah. Cat bites and not bites. This morning, yeah, one just a little bit ago, Glory tried to jump in my lap, and I had a mug, covered coffee cup, like a thermos cup, in between my legs and a bottle of water and two phones in my lap. And she decided she wanted to jump on me. My son kills everything it touches. You are have intense sun out there. If I was back there or could even look, I might be able to. Um, does it sound boastful to say advise people? I recognize that still it is evident to me that you continue to evolve. I can barely type on YouTube. Well, I can barely type as well, and that's one reason I'm sitting out here today. Jan, I'm glad that you can still recognize me and as far as what I used to be like, because I've been very hard on myself, expecting me to, yeah, still be doing a lot of this stuff. Although last year even I pulled some trees out of the side of the slope by the dog building without shovels or anything, just using my hands. I knew I could. So low tech. I was low tech, you guys. I mean, I mixed all. I had like 8 soil recipes, and so I'd mix my own soils, had liquid fertilizers, other dry fertilizers, and they were all. I had like my own recipes that I'd make up, and then I hand watered everything, planted everything. So everything was low tech. I had basic tools. I still have tons of stuff. So many pairs of pruners and stuff that are brand new, and hose nozzles. Right now, it's so grown up, I have to bushwhack to get up there. And there's so many of the roses that have to pull out. Good morning, Cheesy. Sorry that see, Jan talks to me about plants and remembers what I used to be like. You guys have no idea. Really don't know. I'm glad I made sense to some people, Jan, and that you got to experience many different locations that I was at. And the craziness. Good morning. How are you? The richest man who's not a man in Walnut Grove. Good morning. I'm about to go get a pedicure. Spa day for Cheesy. Enjoy. I was going to show you my feet and be like, get one for me. You have evolved as a person. Yes, I'm becoming more feral. You came. Now, you weren't supposed to tell any secrets. Yes, I did. I actually drove. I'm embarrassed. No, actually, well, kinda. Yeah. You came this way, and I did came and saw you. You're right. There were a few other people that I was going to have a meet up with, and then, yeah. People, do not send me inappropriate pictures or other kind of stuff, because then it's a no-go. Look what you did. You told on me. Good morning, Nick. How are you? And you got to experience the fact. No, you guys don't take it the wrong way or whatever, because, no, it was separate, but yeah, still feral woman of Alabama the next morning when I got up out of my uh, hotel room and checked out and went to breakfast. Maybe, I don't think I brushed my hair. Yes. I am doing good today, Nick. Kiss and tell. Go. You're trying to get me in trouble. Don't be making it. Yeah, you're going to do whatever you want, and other people are going to do whatever they want. I'll blush, and then you'll probably say stuff, and um, it's true or not true, and I just won't know how to respond. Jan here has actually met me, but now, yes, someone from YouTube too, and lovely Jan. She said She's a lovely, lovely friend that started out as a customer, best customer. They come all over, travel in different states, and I don't know how many locations. South Alabama, North Alabama, all these other places. I never, you never, you I would never make you blush. It did. Hi, Aries. How are you doing today, Nick? Thank you for the love. Look at all my lovely friends showing me hearts and love. I am so very fortunate to have people that still want to come and say hello and hang out. My laugh is so inappropriate. Uh, Jan, I'm going to have to take down this. I need somebody to help me take down this beautiful chestnut right there. Came from the forestry department because Alabama, a lot of our native chestnuts are getting that one disease. And then when they were trying to introduce them back in the state, they gave me a few. That's cardinals. They're getting all ready to. But too much of the English ivy that had escaped has gone up that, and the backside is just rotten, rotten, rotten. I took some of the pole pruners that go really high and got it off from hanging on the line, but it's such a beneficial tree, those chestnuts. They have these long tendrils that every pollinator just loves. I'm going to be sad to miss that chestnut. Atmore. Atmore, Alabama is where I want to be again. It's a great statue. Hey, Mossy, right? Oh no, if I can drive, I want to go to the distillery. If if I could go to a couple places in Alabama, okay, at least three. I'd go to Cheaha, Mount Cheaha, the state park, because I love that place. It's the highest point in Alabama. It reminded me of Colorado and many places where I would hike off where other people weren't and go hike and camp by myself, like rough it with my yellow lab and look out over the scenery, and then reconstructing the Carolyn Dean gardens that had been built with the CCP. Was that what it was called? And then I probably want to go to one of the state parks Jan had been at, because her and her husband, they used to go to all these state parks. I can't remember if it's DeSoto or the other one. I'd like to go to the one that has the falls. And then Muscle Shoals would be kind of cool because of all the musical history, right? It's a great statue. That statue is probably about 4.5 foot tall. She's probably at least 20 years old, maybe older than that. She has fed many things and has a chip out of the one side. In fact, I don't know if it's probably on my phone that broke, or I'm not sure where I did a video with her where I actually, I made a big old production and I filmed myself, like my face and everything, where I was getting ready for the video. And it was in many parts, so I made this big old production video where I was getting ready for the session, and sticking twigs in my hair and flowers in my hair, and had stuff hanging out my mouth and my face all muddy. And then I went and stuck my head in that one. I stuck my head inside of it so you could see, all you could see was my head. And I was singing, I did 2 songs. I did Creep, and then I did I'm Only Human. That's like so many years ago. And I thought, if I ever get to the point that I show my face, I was so embarrassed. I like to make myself laugh and entertain. But that statue is it's called called The Secret Garden Girl. It's from a famous book and a movie, and also The Garden of Good and Evil or something. But all these were, she sat a little bit closer to me in a butterfly garden. There were all these different rooms, like back this, right to the left of her a little bit was a hot garden that had, oh, it's still got yuccas, but it had bromeliads and driftwoods and wooden carvings that and stones. It had lava rock and but a lot of like bromeliads off of the driftwood and epiphytes where they don't need soil and they grow off of it, but host plants for them and other things. And then you'd walk through back into, there's a meditation garden, and then there was an observation deck that overlooked the little waterfall by the creek. And then you, if some of you guys have seen the Chimenea, and then that led into a Japanese maple garden is back here behind her is one. It's a Japanese garden, but and then there was trails down here to other natural wood garden. But I used to, there's a bench I made over there and stepping stones, and there's still hidden little treasures all over. It would be nice to clear some of this out. Some of my favorite plants. There's cameo quince behind this girl that I just don't see blooming because it's so overgrown. There's bourbon there. What are you laughing at? I never know what people are laughing at because I don't stop talking. My friend Jan here in the background knew me for several years and actually knew me and knew what I... You guys think I don't shut up and be distracted and talk about so many things? If you knew me when I had my businesses, it was like, start talking about plants. Yeah, I was just go, 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 go. Loved it, loved it, loved it, loved it. Still have an apothecary, a studio in there. The master bedroom is one of the offices and has 3 bookshelves of plant stuff, medicine stuff, all kinds of stuff. I'd like to, gotta run, time to soak the patas. Enjoy your day at the spa. Sounds lovely. Maybe I should take a picture. I should make sure I scruff my feet up in this stuff and get all muddy and yeah, and then not give myself a pedicure. So many lovely events, great times. It was great times. I immensely miss it. I mean, it makes me want to cry. I miss it that much. I thought that they would find me, I still hope they find me outside whenever that time comes up. And I'm either face down working in a bed, face down in the dirt, or I'm face up looking at the clouds. It was great times. I just was crazy. Yeah. There's birds flying all over, but for some reason today they don't want to come down. They used to. Good morning, Purr. Purr. I'm talking so much this morning, Purr. Only one blue jay started to come down and eat, and he didn't stay. Yes. Yes, magic. How you doing, lovely Purr? Purr, I have a dedication video I've started making for you in your lovely pond. So many COVID, everything in California, and I got my place in New Mexico. That was actually where I thought I wanted to retire in New Mexico, was where I wanted to retire. And be an artist. That's what I wanted to do. But never, in fact, I didn't plan to be where I was. No offense. I broke down here on the way to go to Georgia. But the land was much less. I did scare the blue jay away with my voice. Not every. In fact, I'm surprised I don't scare you all away with my voice. No, kidding's great, Purr. I love it. Make me laugh. Excuse me. That's what you're basically doing with the bikes? Take care. David, I didn't know you were still here. I hope you take care too. Let me know what your next trip is. Nah, don't worry. Red or green chili? Green chili. I actually was in 2 green chili competitions. Oh, down here in the South, you say green chili and people are like, ugh. They want to get sick. They think that's the nastiest thing ever. I make both. But no, I was in green chili competitions in Colorado. Oh, I might have to get me a pork roast and do that. Maybe make some I usually don't make cooking videos, but a couple people wanted to. I used to post more and actually cook more. I don't very much anymore, but that would be good. I'd love to make, if I made some homemade green chili, I'd make some homemade flour tortillas too. Be the only way. Love it. You mix it. They call it Christmas. Oh, that'd be good. I've grown hot peppers and such. Me too. I don't know how many varieties of peppers. Even like I think ghost peppers and what's the one, Reaper? They were just coming in. In fact, you'd hardly find them anywhere. You just really couldn't find them. Even the seeds, when those were first coming out. I don't know if Jan may still be here. I mean, I can't even remember. What I grew was not always different. There were things that were my standard, but I was always, there was no way I could sell everything that I grew because of being by myself, and I could only fit so much in things. But I think that like at one time I was growing like even 20 kinds of basil. I'd like to do some, I really would like to grow some limited stuff and try to support my income doing that or doing some art. Blue Jay sound there for you, Purr. How are you doing this morning, Purr? Blue Jay's talking to you, Purr, going, if she would be quiet and go back in, I would come down and eat some stuff. Carolina Reaper, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Carolina Reaper, yes, yes, yes. See, Jan, look, I don't remember that here I have to ask other people what the names are, which is good that you guys can do it. Oh, hi, Susie, still here. Dreamtooth, I've lurked on your channel a lot. I don't know if I've ever said hello in your lives, but I've actually been there. Your friends grow peppers? I just have my houseplants nowadays. I don't even have that. Anthuriums. Actually, I grew anthuriums too. The company that I'd have to get well, you're not listening anyway, but that I'd get my starts for those kind of stuff until I propagate, they actually weren't a great company. But sometimes you only have so many sources. And some you have to buy minimums of this or that, and X amount of trays, and X amount of money, and other stuff. But I did grow a red anthurium and a pink anthurium. But my greenhouse was small, so I could only, most of my stuff I grew natural. So if it was the seasons, like I did even some early shows, a couple times I did Callaway Gardens, which they had only a limited amount of growers. There was only, I think, like 6 of us or something that would go to when they have an educational, when they had some workshops and stuff that people paid for. Callaway Gardens is a famous place. I don't know what I was talking about. But yeah, that's so long ago that I grew the 2 types of anthuriums. I can't remember what the name was. Oh, more of the foliage? Oh, okay, I grew the ones. Message, LOL. Let me see. Scotch bonnets. Oh, yeah, the habaneros. That's a type of habanero, right? Are my favorite peppers. I made an amazing fermented hot sauce with. Yum. I'd like to hear it. The state took your oregano? Who talked about their state took their oregano? 5 acres of purple oregano? Why, did they think it was a type of salvia? Are they going to pick up my trash today? We'll see if they can hear if they pick up the trash. I tried not to complain, but I pay for weekly trash service, and this is how bad this road is. The only people that drive here are the mail and trash pickup. And there have been times that everything's shut down to where they weren't even delivering. Like they used to a long time ago, even have a school bus that ran, but it never drove on this part. But yeah, they still, even though they don't come to any part of it, the parents have to go out to the road. But I wonder if they don't come, especially to this, where my feet are, because when it rains, the road going up, it's very deceptive. I had a short that I put out that shows some of the road going up, and it looks like that it'd be easy to grade or whatever, but the incline is really steep, and when we get gully washers, what I call it, it's down to bedrock, and makes it really hard and impassable. And they probably hadn't been coming here because some of you have noticed that when I stream rain, and I don't even stream every time it does, but I had called them the other day because I had noticed that today is 3 weeks that they hadn't picked up. And I pay like 4 months at a time, and when you pay for something and then you lose out almost a month, that's really not right. But I wasn't mad or anything like that. A lot of people around here burn their trash, which I sit in this little hollow, so the smoke wafts down here, and the smells are horrible. All the stuff they're burning, I just don't burn. So we'll see if they come down here, because I called and had just mentioned that when I was taking some trash out the other day, that it was 3 weeks since they had picked up. I would have hardly any trash except for the cats that are inside. I have boxes for cat boxes. Otherwise, I would really have no trash. Hardly any, because I save cardboard boxes, because I used to even ship some plants or for making art. And then I keep pretty much everything for composting for up on the hill. He's gonna hate that. Kelly Belly, how you doing? Let me mod you up. How you doing, Kelly? Good to see you. Cheers, my friends. One time, let me get back into my channel. I've been looking. I hope I haven't missed any by my chat. I've done much better doing it. Well, I'd love to see all your guys' stuff. Was such a growing fanatic that last year I think I had 1 or 2 vegetable plants, and this year I thought I was just really disappointed. I want to redo what I call Zone 12 up at the greenhouse, where I can go in this back way. And I'd like to, there's some tables falling apart that have been there for years, and some other stuff, and there was goat panels and cinder blocks, all this other stuff, and I'd like to, even though there's fabric on it, I'd like to redo a lot of that and put some of the raised beds in that back area. I was really hoping that it would be this year that I could do that, but I'm just trying to, sorry, I'm kind of looking. There you go, Kelly. Did I ask you? I'm glad, because doing great, Kelly. Good. Hope you're doing well. Love you. That's crazy message. Sorry to hear. They flew over and thought it was a jackpot. Oh, yeah, we have flyovers here too. In fact, it was so funny when you say that, because I grew this. Shoot, what's the name of that plant? It's a type of, was it a hibiscus? Dagnabbit, it really does frustrate me because I spent so many years and I did have almost completely photographic memory and then would just spend my winters, besides making stuff at night, just refreshing myself on everything that I grew and knew so that I'd be able to. Um, at some of the shows, a lot of the people didn't grow their own things. So if customers would ask them questions, they might not. And I would probably take too much time to talk to people about stuff, but some people did like it because I kind of could give them different information about the plants they were growing, or sometimes more different uses. Like that was basically about my business, was every plant has a use and what you could use it for, and if you bought it for sun, maybe it was also a great pollinator plant, or had things that you could harvest, or maybe it was also a plant that you could, because I, with herbs and other stuff, so I had a lot of friends that were textile artists and would dye their own wool and stuff, so that I would sell them plants so that they could grow their own plants to harvest to dye. So, oh, they came and picked. In fact, it's too funny. They didn't want to go up the hill this time. They came down the hill. And listen, now they're trying to get up the other hill, which is not very much. They're trying to go up toward the farm, which is easier than them trying to go up this one. Wait till he gets that, because it goes up and down and up and down and up and down. And after a while, you might hear him clang, and he'll hit that other big hole on the back side of by the back orchards. Are you blue now, Kelly? Did you? LOL message. But when you said, thank you for the like, everybody like, share, comment, subscribe, because I don't even ask. I'm sorry that when I start talking about plants, I start getting I'm making that jump. I'm still shaky, and I miss what people are saying. So I'm sorry about that. That's talking about plants takes me back so far. Maybe I grew some of the anthuriums that they thought it was oregano. They might have even, oh, that kind of oregano. When you said that, and the reason I said sage was because I grow lots of different kinds of sage, or did, and there's herbal sages, I mean the kind people culinary sages, and I grew several, probably 7 or 8 kinds of culinary sages. And then there's different ornamental sages, and some of the best ones for the south. And then there's salvia, is it the Vardicarda? Salvia D, and so that's illegal in a lot of places. And so even when I grew salvia, they, yeah, stuff like that, they didn't like it. And then I was growing a type of, shoot, I want to look it up, but my brain tells me it was a hibiscus. And it's reddish purple. So, it has the shape of a leaf that looks like a marijuana leaf, or even a Japanese maple, kind of too. And they come in green or red. And I can remember times where I went to, that's what I was still doing, farmers market. So I was going to somewhere in Georgia, and they were so big I could only fit 2 in the front seat. So it looked like I had these 2 huge marijuana plants in the front seat of my truck. Because probably back then I was probably pulling a covered trailer that's still up there with that truck, and there's no way to get out with that one. There were all these people that were driving by, just pointing at them, laughing, thinking I was doing it. But what I started to say the one time was I had some beehives up there, and one of the beekeepers associations came out to the property because I was part of this beekeepers um, uh, like state certified growers. And I do everything. I'm weird. I experiment and try everything. And so I had friends where they knew I didn't spray and that I had water sources and that I grew such a variety of plants that I didn't really get like diseases, other stuff. So there was plenty of things that the bees could eat from. And so some of them brought their hives to have them grown because they suggested people grow in this way or that. And so they, with the more research they were doing, I had like a great location to try to do it in some of these other areas, more shade, facing a different direction than you always had them and stuff like that. And I had a field full of those, that type of hibiscus. And a few of the guys were retired sheriffs, and they were friends of mine. And I saw them all like standing over the patch over in one of the antique rose gardens where a bunch of that one of the fields of roses was. And I had some of those over there planted in the ground, and they were really huge. And I didn't think of it in anything like, why'd they all go over in that area? Because a lot of times people come up and they'd start like, what is this and what is that? Because I wasn't a retail location. I actually didn't really want people to come up there. Wasn't I figured I wasn't set up for that. Like garden clubs and wanted to come up and tour, but because it's so mountainous and other stuff that I didn't want people to fall off or fall off the side or trip or do stuff. But yeah, they were all checking that out. Are you? Oh, I'm still up at Kelly Belly's. Sorry. Sorry, it's not easy. Kelly, did you type in again? Are you thing? LOL message. They were after me for decades in Maine. I got investigated for growing in the police station. Just to be an ass. Well, they've flown over me so many times, and I was an RV down here so much so that I looked out of the. I happened to be inside having lunch, and the windows of the RV were rattling. Go outside and look, and they were like hovering right over the RV to where I could have probably seen the guy's eyes. Had their weapons drawn and other stuff. Just kept circling and circling and circling and circling. Yeah, had my heart racing. Oh, that's awesome. Especially with the different. I think that's what helped with my growing was that I grew in so many different locations and would even do it that you can't always get stuck in. I guess you can, but in my opinion, the plant tags a lot of times, in my opinion, are printed and they're based out of where they're from, or for, say even the nurseries and stuff. Like full sun in one state is not the same as full sun in another state. And then I don't know when it was, and then they changed the zones while I was still working. I can't remember what that was, but then they changed all the horticultural books and changed the zones. I don't know if a lot of you knew that. And good morning, TCY. How are you doing? That's interesting, Mossy. Really interesting. I'm doing well, thank you. How about you? Good morning, although it's not morning there for you. The different zones, yes. Did you know that they've changed? Like, that would have only been, well, at least 10 years ago, maybe 15 or something, because I'm trying to remember. I think I was considered like zone 7B. And then, yeah, now I'm at 8 or 8B or something like that. Thank you for flowers. I just saw flowers. Good morning, good morning. So many different things. I used to, Carabina, when you said that, I used to get even unrooted cuttings from some countries and other stuff. I put so much money into, I used to get stuff from Holland. I don't know if Jan remembers that, just even all the bulbs. I used to sell a lot of rare things that you'd have to go to magazines for or like pay a good penny for and stuff. And I pretty much traveled and still kind of gave away stuff, but I wouldn't have been able to sell a lot of that stuff around here. It would be nice if I could adopt a family or eventually do something. Just that not everybody would want to do it and they would have to travel or do something else. There's so much work to be done, but to pass along, this sun is starting, even though I'm tucked up under a sauce, no, it's not saucer magnolia, lily magnolia, magnolia liliana. And, oh, I should see what this is. Oh, 60%. Okay, I still got that. How hot's my phone getting? Not super hot. Sorry, I'm shaky. But if sometimes, if people want to know something for their yard, I'm not saying that I know everything, but I could definitely maybe try to research it and tell you, help guide you. But your extension offices are a great thing. Also, master gardeners. Uh, like I first took that and stuff. You cannot use that in the title of your business that you're a master gardener. Um, but they have those even internationally, or your extension office. They're a great resource, absolutely wonderful. Um, and sometimes usually have pamphlets or other stuff on their websites that have lists of what grows best in your area. Like say you are growing tomatoes or peppers, they might tell you the best varieties in your state to grow. Like here being in the South and the humidity and stuff, there's definitely ones. And then I used to be associated with University of Georgia and also the which one was it in Florida? One of the universities down there. And also Auburn, because I used to go out and work in their test research gardens. Their medicinal test gardens, because they were wanted to find crops, was testing crops to see what they could grow to replace a lot of the fields that had been growing cotton for all the years and all the poisons that they had grown that could kind of regenerate the soil, but also could be out in the fields and take the hot sun and stuff. So I was part of like Alabama Medicinal Growers and quite a few organizations. But going on in your state and look on that, you can find like they have suggestions for even for fruit trees and other stuff, because would see people all the time buy fruit trees or other things that came shipped into the Walmart here, or if I was in other places, get to that. What they don't realize is they're grown out of state and they're buying the kinds that maybe grow all over, but they're really not gonna made for the area. Not that every kind isn't, but that some of them they sell is not made for your area. And so then people plant them and get frustrated because it doesn't bear. Where actually Walmart has contracts, because I got offered to sell Walmart's. I had a few, like one of my mentors that we were actually working on some patents for when he passed away, for some rare stuff, which maybe I could pass along that knowledge of two things that we were in the process of making when he passed, that would have been going through Auburn University to get it out there. I don't know what I was saying. I got sidetracked. I get sidetracked. But that, places like Home Depot, Walmart, they contract with the offices for X amount of thousands, hundreds of thousands of plants for, say this crop or that crop. So say like the fruit trees. And they get split up through all the stores throughout the nation. Not that they're so it's not always pertinent to where you live. And that's kind of a shame when then people may think it's them or something like that, where maybe they're growing the wrong variety. Is it summer here? Yes, it is summer. It's 9:42. It's 11:14 here, and it is summer here. It's almost the dog days of summer. Almost. It'd be almost the times when I'd be out at Auburn selling before the football games and get rained on a lot. I leased 6 acres and had Old Rasta show me how to do everything from coffee to yuccas. Excellent. I was growing coffee plants for a long time and also tea. That's a camellia. I was growing, like I said, I grew a lot of rare things. I grew too much, but not too much. In some ways, it would have been nice to have help or other stuff like that for things like that. I just, and companies make you buy like so much, but most of the things I grew from little plugs, unless I started it myself, propagated myself, did seeds, whatever. That's excellent. So you probably learned a lot then too, Mossy, traveling all around or living in the different locations and your experience in different, I just take my hair and pulled, it was floating and I threw it on the ground. The birds love it for their thing. Can you hear hummingbirds right behind me? I cannot believe not one bird has come down and ate. They were eating this morning and I was not going to film because I wanted to do a bunch in the house, and I still would like to pull a bunch of weeds. I'd like to get a bunch of this area done to where if I had to go running, at least toward that back way, or I just can't see. I want to make paths up there, but greetings from across the pond. That's got to be John. Hey, John, hello. How are you? I was thinking about you last night because I want to create that one, like those 20 drafts or more that YouTube failed in load. I don't know if I was sleeping in bed one night doing some, but on that one phone, they all tell me they failed to load, except for I can see them and where that stained glass hedgehog I made for you, and then that stained glass hedgehog I made for Dolly of Phoenix. Different buildings in construction, etc. I'm more survivalist in Tennessee. Are you? That I would have loved it. I did some biochar and greenhouse, the heirloom or native plants, the hybrids, just to scan. I know some people up that way. I'm trying to remember. No, they're in northern Alabama. I was going to try to remember theirs because there's some really good people here that I know. The one guy's written some. I was fortunate enough to be at some shows, and other people that were my friend that became friends from that write books and stuff. Famous people that I'd meet at some of these big shows and such. But Daryl Probst, he's even patented some plants, grasses, some other stuff. But he's up in North Alabama and teaches survival skills. Has a certification program. It's probably like $500 or $600 nowadays. But I used to go pick chanterelles and other stuff up around there. I'm doing good, John. I'm doing really well. I decided to just talk this morning. I was only going to do, I knew it would, 60 minutes would be short for me. I figured maybe I would stop at 11 because it's been getting so hot and we're having I think we're still in that wet bulb, whatever that it is. But so today I'm further back. Usually I have that. I'm kind of tucked in a tree, and you can see that I'm starting to get some sun. I can't go further to the right. I would have a little bit more room to go to the right if I pull some. There's a bunch of raspberries they're all over in this area, have reseeded, which is great. The birds have plenty of things to eat. I'm glad to hear you well, John. John is Raven Rebel. There's a blue jay. That'd be awesome if I could travel. I'd come up there and see that. That would be my dream. I actually would have liked to have gotten more land than this, a little bit, and even been more remote. That would have been more of a dream. Actually, I guess about 8 years ago, 8 years, probably about 8 years ago, I was seriously thinking about going to Alaska. I wanted to go to Alaska and live, maybe retire. I would have still been able to chop wood back then and do all kinds of stuff. Know how to can and preserve and dry and stuff like that. It would have been nice to have that. It's been really nice in the morning here in Albuquerque. Lately, I've been enjoying it. That's awesome. Mm. I know a few people actually several out in New Mexico around Albuquerque or somewhere around there. I'm trying to remember now, where is the motto? That's Arizona. I'm trying to remember where I lived in New Mexico. Well, I lived down at, I think it was a Corps of Engineer park, Elephant Butte, by Truth or Consequences. That just popped in my mind. By Truth or Consequences, lived down there. And then I had heard that there had been like some serial rapist or killer or something that had lived there. But I think that was after I had left. Somewhere else in New Mexico, I can't remember. I did the woods in Maine standing tree to cabin when I was 30. Awesome. I never got to travel out east and north, and a lot of the northern, some but not as much. Like a lot of the west, from basically the middle of the country down, but then on the west coast, and then there's some in the north, Illinois, North Dakota, South Dakota. I was supposed to go to Washington. But my family and I traveled, and I traveled, and I traveled. And I was a foreign exchange student. That's why I lived in some of the other countries. Space Kitty! From PM to AM shows. I have no schedule, Wally. You know that I used to stream almost 24 hours a day. Well, actually, I'm not sure if you've met Per. You might have, because he probably goes to some of the other shows. But Per, my friend from the Netherlands, he would always enjoy how's Blackjack doing? But so many that would come, and then when Per, he liked to see the lovely birds and some other friends. And you guys that have known me for longer, and some has been a lot more years than that. I wasn't streaming this much, but just that I was always up and online and doing stuff, and now I'm not. But my schedule, I don't have a sleep schedule. So if I'd stay up all night, then sometimes I'd be sleeping in the morning. I mean, there were days that I'd stay up for a couple of days. 30 hours, 40 hours was nothing, but occasionally I do that. It's been a long time, but yeah, I decided this morning I was going to I've streamed the hummingbirds, and I mean, not the one you guys saw the other day when I made a mistake and went to town and thought I had that private, but I probably have 20, 30 unlisted streams, that moons to birds to rain. I've got 3 or 4 of hummingbirds that I did. Even some of them are short when I release them. I'll probably post so you guys know. I don't know if, excuse me, let me mute for a second for me coughing. I need to, been talking too much. I have a bottle of water here. So yeah, Wally, I'm not consistent, and I'd like to kind of figure out a schedule when I could tell people, but that won't happen either. I don't want to disappoint other people, and I don't want to disappoint myself. I'll disappoint myself even more, knowing if I disappoint people. So, and unfortunately, whenever I've tried to, one of the phones I have is always a day behind. It's in the right exact time zone, but it says yesterday. But the time thing, but every time I do that, somebody told me it's because YouTube defaults to forward facing, and with them being my phone, so I'd have to have the right phone and then bring it out. But then when the stream goes to start, it'd be showing my face instead of showing what I want. And then other times that I've tried to start like that, then they don't work out. So is that glaring for you guys? Is that showing a glare? Because it is on my screen, and it could just be me. Do you guys see a glare on the girl? Because I will, even though it's in the weeds, I'll move it. No glare. I know I showed it. Oh well, you know, it's just a face. I never get comments on my weird videos. Like that, the one where the girl looks kind of oriental today. I think people are like, because not everything is always so happy-go-lucky and stuff. And yeah, well, just that I'd stuff and not. You don't what? You don't what? I didn't know you were still here. Oh, no glare? Okay, then it's just, it must be coming through, it's coming through the leaves that are barely, yeah, that's what it is. It's coming through, barely coming through this lily magnolia. Wally! Yeah, Wally, Space Kitty. Bossy. You're still here, Jan? It is nice to know there's somebody that knows me. And I'm sorry that I haven't. Guess what I was just doing? That because I've been hiding from people that know me. You know, Jan, I've actually gone to town several in these last few years, and there's people that have been like that recognize me. I try to make it so that nobody recognizes me or whatever, but that are like, I heard that you died. And I'm like, no, not exactly. And want to know if I'm still open and stuff. You outside? Are you swimming in your pool? I had to take down my pool. Well, I didn't have to. I took it down because one morning a cat was in it and couldn't get out. And that was a freak experience. I don't know how long you'd been in there in the morning. And poor Sykes. He ended up being okay, but yeah. I have ambition, and sometimes it doesn't happen, and there's another day. Yes, outside, no swim. I would love to swim. The wife works from home. I didn't know that. And the granddaughter has homeschool now. What is happening here? You never know what is happening here for X. I was hoping, are always late because of my very slow typing. Jan, I am very slow, no worries. And if I was typing, I would no way have to catch up with the chat. And my sentences would be run on with nice. What is happening here is not much. I am sitting out in one of my gardens, and that statue feeds birds, and I was hoping that we would get to see birds. But this time, last year, I used to occasionally, I think it was last year, sit out here occasionally and be talking to people while I'd be streaming birds. And I decided to do that today. So that's the only thing that's happening. We are hanging out. Hit that like, share, and subscribe, says Hope. Show support and blessings. Together we grow. Yes, together we grow our communities. Just know, well, Adele would say that, don't be a douchebag. That's what she says. Who has the best mod speeches.
It sounds like a wonderfully peaceful spot to stream and connect with your community. Enjoy the quiet garden.
Oh my gosh, I hate that stove. Hope I was so, Dolly, I was so upset that, when yours ended, and then, because it was kind of like quick, and then I was thinking, oh yeah, she may come back on with John. I didn't see it for a while, and then I don't know if I was doing something or was in somebody else's chat. And then I saw the notification you were live, and a lot of times you're going live longer than that, and it said John, and so I popped in. You guys were already off. I left John a message like right away. I hadn't got to give you a message yet, but I want to. I started re-watching. I think I got like halfway through, which was what, about a half an hour. I think you guys went for about an hour. I need to check Kumari's, but I was like, oh, I missed them both. How are you, Forex? Sorry about that. How are you? What are you doing? But anyway, what are we doing? We are looking at what some call paradise. But there's things that aren't always. Hanging out on a beautiful day, I'm enjoying this wind, talking to a lot of lovely friends. Some have never heard my voice. Some actually have met me or know me. I've been aggressive with the independence and angst. I retired in '98, graduated from high school. You retired in '98? Awesome. That's great. From high school in '90, almost 30 years exploring. That is fantastic. You have the kind of life that I wanted or did. Excellent. I think that helps sometimes to see how other parts of the world are. It takes the blinders off some, and there's nothing wrong with staying in one place, but there's people even here in my town where they've just never gone anywhere. They've always lived here, and will always. But how are you today, Hope? We are just hanging out and having a relaxing and fun time. That's a much better way to say it. We are just hanging out. We are flowing. Some people call me flow. We're flowing with, they're flowing with flow. Hashtag, what else do I call real hot mess or something like that. Yeah, feral woman of Alabama. That's what you are. If it was at night, you'd be hanging out with a feral woman of Alabama. Nobody's called me that in a long time. Oh, except for Cheesy. He called me the feral woman of Alabama, yeah. Can you hear that? There's hummingbirds that are all over. I almost was going to stream the hummingbirds like I did the other day, and I could see them, but I decided to come out to the girl statue. Maybe today after I get through, well, when I get through, the birds might come down, but I still may do it. There's some water on the one side because of how hot it's been. Not that there's not water places all over that they could drink out for the animals. This week I put out a lot more water bowls so that they wouldn't have to come up on the porch or in the other areas with how hot it was. But it's the first time I had ever noticed that that she's getting ants crawling up and down her all over, and I think it's the wet It is because the volume of rain, even if it's the same amount, if we get the total yearly rainfall is the same as last year, I think it's rained many more times. So this ground just doesn't dry up a lot, and that brings all the ants to the surface. In fact, one just bit me. But it's first year I've noticed that she'll have ants that crawl up into the food. Not really bad, but enough, and I don't like that fact either. So I wanted to do that yesterday and I didn't get it done. So I'll probably take that food out and then scrub her down with a brush. Something that won't, be toxic or nothing, like unconcentrated Dawn. I don't know, may use vinegar water after that or something else. But then the hose nearby and spray her off real good and let her dry out before I put more food in it. Look how shaded she gets. So that's with all the different topography and they're overgrown. When I worked up there or down here, I either chased the shade or chased the sun. Not like a lot of people where you have a flat surface and you are either in the sun or the shade all the time or whatever. This land has a lot of different topographies, soils, to where the pH doesn't always turn out the same. I hope I'm not missing stuff. It did say, I'm surprised the chat didn't freeze because sometimes that happens and then I miss a bunch. I hope I greeted everybody today. If I did, that'd be different for me. Mossy, that's so interesting. We all bring value to this world and have experiences. Hello, Francois. I was going to say merci, but that is thank you. Au revoir? No, that's goodbye. I took French from my Spanish teacher. She used to get mad because sometimes I write on my French papers in Spanish, not on purpose. Because I knew Spanish for so much longer. Like done. Thank you. Thank you for liking this stream. I appreciate you guys, considering I don't. You guys are just wonderful. Yeah. Good friend, met a lot of wonderful people. Hey, and see when I don't stream every day, then some people come. And how's life in France? I want to make another video, like I said, of that one where I'm fishing in France, and you said there's no fish there. You just wait. I'm gonna catch a whopper. I got 2,000 square feet lot in trailer park. That's going well and easy. I'm not good at feet. That's going well and easy. That's good. And the garden and stuff. Oh, I really hope I can grow next year. There were some people who wanted to come out here next month and help and set up some stuff. Goat shit, if you know him. Sorry, YouTube, you don't like that I say things. And Fabian. There's blue jays right there that want to come down and eat. I am not that noisy, you guys. I don't know why. There's actually a lot of babies. They wanted to come down here in September and help get a bunch of that area above. But I'm just not ready for that. And even in the house to stay or to get the RV ready. That's an office up there. When I got sick, when I went blind, and that was about when COVID had all the eye operations. Then with the other stuff, it was just basically like Looks like basically, yeah, somebody moved out. It's a Darwin garden. I know there's a lot of stuff that died, but there are things that are rooted in their pots or was already up there. I'm just hoping they didn't spray a bunch of the orchard. Or yes, you remember. So that would be awesome. 2,000 square feet, and that's easy. Yeah, this is actually 8 acres or a little over 8 acres in different areas. I'm domesticated, no garden, maybe some herbs in pots at some point. Uh, uh, Pots are great for that. That sometimes I would encourage people to do that would buy from me too, and they weren't sure. Like I said, if they said they had a shady garden or something was it said full sun, but they thought that maybe they had too much, would be to grow it in a pot, and so that you could move it around and see what might be the condition to plant it in. Or if people bought stuff from me and they weren't going to be able to plant it for a while, I'd tell them to put it under a tree or something, or in a shaded area. And even if it lost some leaves or something from switching conditions, as long as you watered it some or whatever, you could plant it. Like they say, don't plant trees in the middle of summer, but I had many times. And it's just in how you get ready to do things and then how you do it after. In my opinion, that's what worked for me, but I did. When I moved here and took like the Master Gardener course and then even um, taught at some of the ones and stuff, and they wanted me, I don't think Jan knows that, they offered me a job to take over for the Regional Home and Gardens one when they retired. But I wasn't ready to stop my business and stuff. What was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say. I'm losing my focus. I'm supposed to be taking twice as much of my epilepsy medicine. Oh, what I was going to say was when I first came here and from Colorado, and because of the way I grew like organic, and when I would talk about organic, there weren't any organic certified farmers here. And then, and nobody composts. They didn't teach composting. And even though there were hives out here, they didn't teach the bee hives. And now, when you take the classes, they teach you, like if anybody does it in their areas, they're for X amount of weeks. And you're supposed to, if you take it and get certified, then you're supposed to pass that knowledge on. Need to do so many volunteer hours a year, well, that first year, and then years after that. Every state's different. And then also volunteer for different things and to hopefully teach your neighbors and other people about stuff. But they, when I would talk about natural ways, not spraying and compost piles, um, my county agent would used to be like, yeah, that was Colorado, that's not here, we don't talk about that, and blah, blah, blah. And you have to spray and other stuff like that. And I just did things. And um, it got to where, I don't know how many ever years later, but now they do a week. Every week you'd learn something different. Like you'd have your first weeks about talking about the program and maybe botanical stuff like nomenclature, basics of biology, and then maybe your next week you'd spend a week on fruits and vegetables. You'd spend a week on grasses for your yard and stuff, and which would be the best varieties and mowing and stuff. And then you'd have maybe some on ornamentals. Every week was different, but then they got to where it would be for like 3 or 4 hours, I think, whatever the class would be. But then they got to where they added to it to where they do the 1 week they talk about composting and the benefits and the proper ways to do it. And then they also added beekeeping and pollinators, plants and stuff like that. So it was quite interesting in how they changed their point of view. A lot of the old ways are coming back into fashion. Yes, and I was kind of sustainable. That's why even like this ale or other stuff that I always grew like that. And my dad, before he had passed, but he thought that I was way ahead of my time, and then was like, you're just doing that because it's kind of the in thing, and it was like, no, I've been this way my whole life. But I left home young, and my grandmother, my parents, we had gardens all over when we traveled. He even had a fruit stand in Illinois for a while besides his other job that I remember going to and being at. And we never sprayed any of our stuff or did stuff. We did it that I remember. So, plus I'm part uh, Native American, so I'm all about the best water and air. And people complain sometimes like there's no bees, there's no butterflies. The plants you buy, they're spraying them in those big industrial greenhouses sometimes, or making them bloom out of season. And then people spray their yards, and then they wonder why they don't have, why less and less are disappearing. That's just my opinion and how it was, but yeah. I'm about sustainable. Had to have the skills and hated for it. Had to have the skills. See, well, I wouldn't say it was, well, that's a strong word. Maybe they did. I was just going to show you that. Did you guys see, did that yellow moth go by? Did it go in front of the screen? Gosh darn it, what's the name of that? False, I have a video waiting to be released. It's unlisted right now, that I took the other day. What the heck is your name? I can kind of see the botanical name of that moth. Anyway, if you just saw yellow, look like a big butterfly, but it's a type of moth actually. So I have a short to release on it about what it is. Like not only did I, even for a lot of the insects, a lot of this garden was planted, even though there's host things. But another reason there's birds was that I planted a lot of things that have berries. So that in my yard and on the farm and then down here, there's something blooming all year round. Even in December, there's plants that are blooming. And I'll have to release some of viburnums. I know that there's some pictures that show viburnums, but I was growing like, I don't know, 11 varieties of viburnums, and they have great berries that the birds eat. So I grew a lot of plants that would attract pollinators. Well, Jan bought, Jan, shoot, now I won't be able to remember that. What's the name of those trees? And the mail, and people couldn't hardly find. What is the name of those trees? Red Nebbit. It does bother me when I spent so many years and this stuff was come to the tip of my tongue. Spice bush? Yeah, spice bush. Lindare? Nah, yeah. Wasn't it Jan Spice Bush? People are supposed to do the 9 to 5 and borrow for credit, work 99 years. Oh, well, I've gotten credit since I had my eye surgeries, because everything was paid off, and now, and medical debt and stuff. Yeah. You couldn't do it. I was not encouraged to do it, and I'm very different-minded thinking. Not that that's bad, but I don't feel like I have a brain a lot of times. But no, I wasn't encouraged in art or farming or other stuff like that or other stuff. Parents thought, oh, well, you have a brain, you should get this kind of job or that kind of job. That was more important than going after what you believe in or maybe your passions are. So we had conversations about that later in life when I finally did it. I was like, do you remember when I was like 5 or 6 and said I wanted to have a farm and I wanted to grow everything myself and make my own clothes and preserve stuff and do this or that, make soap? And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, I'm finally doing it. And now I don't. Yes, Spice Bush. Yay! I found no, Linden, it's Linden. Linden?
Nice. What's on the agenda for them today?
Shush up. I really don't like that this is installed, and I thought I kept turning my volume down on you. So are you one of those things that's going to, I should just turn my other phone. I'm going to turn this other phone off so he will stop bugging me. Oh, now you're going to make me put in my password. Yes, Spice Bush. I remembered something. Do you know, Jan, those are becoming harder and harder to find? Of course, I was one of the only. I'm popping over to Dolly's live. She has a live up. Okay, tell her I said it. John, thanks. I didn't know who was still here. Great to see you. Maybe I'll see you later. I want to watch the other half of Dolly's. I think I started to get into her doing. I need to mop the floors. Do some. Bye, John. I always love seeing you. Take care. Much love. Discouraged. Yes, people do try to put you in a box sometimes, or even things like that. And no, I don't want to be. Someone told me the other day I shouldn't be like the Pied Piper, but because of the stories of Pan and stuff, which then I remembered those are stories, and the milder version and the other stuff. But I guess I meant in the way that I was always kind of a different thinker and out of the box, and that frustrates people. I mean, I was a great student and always a good worker and stuff, but as far as my personal life, yeah, I'd rather um, try other things. I believe there's more than one way to do some things. It depends upon what that is. Now, if it came to being a job that you're getting paid for or something, but there's some things I could have listened to, and maybe this place would have been more successful in the other stuff, but I was happy doing what I did, and it wasn't for the money. I didn't even pay myself. But I loved it. I can't see. Much love. I'm gonna almost move this. Oh, I can't see which. I won't be able to see this. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm going to let's try to see if I can move this bench. And I'm dropping phones. And I'm going to talk myself. I'm going to be sitting in the weeds. Let me see. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Much love, Raven. Discouraged. I can understand that because, at least from not your point of view, but I mean, a similar situation. I was discharged from everything. Taxpayer spent about $1 billion so far and got 200. I don't quite understand that statement. My brain, my brain is affected in 2 areas for my epilepsy. And so sometimes I have to just go with it, because sometimes even like with editing or doing other stuff, if I can't get it, then I just have to let it go, because my comprehension, stuff like that, has gone way down, my grammar. And sometimes if I'm struggling with something, instead of keep going, I just have to be like, my brain doesn't want to go there, just relax, and maybe you'll remember, do it later. I was born wrong and in the wrong place, etc. So had nothing to lose and ran with the ball. You were born wrong. Me too. I can see. And in the wrong place. I kind of understand some of that, actually. Not, I mean, similar. I just have recently started talking about some stuff, and it freaks people went on this one guy's show, but anyway, that I'd lived for a long time. And then he was like, here's my phone number. Bossy, the king of shorts. Is he? I need to check out his channel then more. Still here, Wally? How's everything going there? Actually, have you heard from Blackjack? Because he was one that always liked to stop by. And I know, I mean, like Willie, he's like me that, well, I try to answer some things, but he doesn't do his and like respond to comments or whatever. And then with my schedule all over, but I'm hoping, I can't remember if I've talked to him or not since he got back, but I was thinking about him today that I would like to try to see him, see how he's doing. But anyway, I was thinking of Blackjack too. Hey, what? How are you doing, Lewis? Hello. Went from her being in the bright sun to shading. Did you miss the cicadas, Jan? Yes, Mossy rocks. I am doing well, Lewis. So many people have come in today and spoke, and I'm doing good. I went really hard the other day, and then yesterday it was like maybe crashing from that, or I just don't know. I'm still waiting for undiagnosed health stuff, and I'm pretty much giving up on that. I had a bunch of medical medical debt coming in from test I've had this fall. Don't sigh. So the family sold the house. They did sell it? I was wondering, all the plants I had were in great shape and thriving when we left. I think the house may have been torn down. Oh man, I would have gone and got some cuttings or something. I was thinking about that the other day, and even about the antique roses you got from me, and then when you traveled and you bought some from that one man in North Carolina or something. Didn't you go to one or two other antique rose places and buy some? Much love, Lewis. How you doing? Let me see how hot my phone is. Not too bad. If I had been out there, this stream would have stopped more than an hour ago because of the heat. See, that's hummingbirds. I'm talking too much to hear if you guys did it. There were birds all this morning. They haven't gotten used to me talking out here, I guess. What you doing? How you doing? Big hugs. I've got a few rare conditions that work together that I've been suffering. It's been hard on the body living 4 lifetimes in 3/4 of one. Yeah, I have gotten misdiagnosed. I had a good doctor my first thing, and then I'm just rural and don't have the things, and yeah, I think that I've had. And then with my epilepsy, I think I've always had this. I was born premature, over 3 months premature, wasn't supposed to live, and it affected other organs, my heart. I was born with both my lungs collapsed. I used to have allergy problems, had some female problems. So why not have brain problems? You know what I mean? That maybe I fit on some kind of spectrum or something. I just turned that around on myself. I'm sorry. But I'm a rare odd duck. And then sometimes if you have one, plus Jan maybe remember, I also have Lyme disease. So who knows with that and the Meniere's. I knew I had Meniere's and got diagnosed with that, but my Meniere's is so chronic now. That's noises in your ear, but also vertigo. And my vertigo got so bad that it was becoming to where I couldn't drive 10 or 15 miles without having to pull over and maybe even get sick. So that's really limiting. Last year, I think it was last year, whatever, was a pretty good year. And then this year, I had to pull over quite a few times this year, but I don't think I got sick from driving this year. But I think that's there. I got some tests done last year, and then I got a few more done this year, and I wasn't knowing what to expect, and I'm starting to have some medical debt. And the new specialist I was going to go over in Georgia, and then they were reading the test, and they were disagreeing about some of this stuff, so I'm not going to go through all that again. I want to get back to natural things, and I lived long enough without this stuff. When I told them, I could feel something was going wrong. So I'm doing all right. Be right back. Okay, I'm doing all right, Flo. With Millie at your mom's house. I hope I remember her name. That's so sweet. I'm sorry about that, Mossy, that you do and that work together. It's been hard on the body living 4 lifetimes and 3/4 of one. Yes. Only in the fact that I've got a couple of other friends, or sometimes when you do, or if you're misdiagnosed, because they do, or even if then they go together, if they're like autoimmune, not go together, that's the wrong thing, but with the ones I have, then this other one that I'm not going to talk about it unless they decided, but when they affect autoimmune things, and then you have like several, anyway, who knows, blah, blah, blah. I always hated to go to the doctor, and I'm firing my neurologist after the end of this year. I'm trying to get off my medicine right now, but I won't quit totally. I'm hoarding some of my medicine. I don't think I told you, Jan. He was going to finally switch me after all these years to get off my Keppra, just one of the medicines. And I put out a post to see if anybody had heard of it, and they hadn't. Come to find out, it's a drug that's been around for a long time, real long time, but I didn't know one person with epilepsy taking it. I hate Keppra. Anybody that I've met, there's only been 2 people that I've met where Keppra worked for them. But so he was going to switch me over, and we were going to do the cocktails of both. They switched my one, but they were going to switch my other one, so I was going to do Keppra in the other, but there was a big risk of S. So, and then when I went to go pick it up, it was almost $1,100 a month, and I just started laughing. Told him to put it back up on the shelf, and then the next time I saw the neurologist, he was yelling at me and other stuff about it, and I was like, I can't afford that. I'm not paying $1,100 a month for one medicine. PJ, where have you been? PJ. So what's else going on with you, Lewis? Mossy, you have, I was going to say interesting. I'm sorry if that's not the right word choice because of it being in that, my brain being affected in that area. I do not speak as well, and I also have no filter, and sometimes I say inappropriate things, or else I don't have, I don't choose my words correctly. I believe I did, but I don't remember exactly. I do remember the small rose bush got from you, took up the entire right side of the house. It climbed up the porch railings. It was beautiful. I'm trying to, a small rose. I wonder if that could have been a small climber, really small ones. I wonder if that was, shoot. Gosh darn it, how many varieties of roses did I grow? Oh, so many. Red Cascade. Was it Red Cascade? If it wasn't Red Cascade. I wonder, did it bloom all season long, or was it just a spring bloomer? You don't have a filter either. I've lost. Uh, I'm trying to get some of my filter back. I didn't talk about like personal stuff and just stuff, things and that. And I don't know if it's age, things that have happened in life, uh, my brain be infected, the medicines or what. I'm not always happy about that, but I'm a lot more open and have filters and as much patience and other stuff. Can you see? Can you guys even see the girl? Should I move it? I can move this. I'm probably. I'm gonna go in and use the restroom and just check. Let me put this. You still won't be able to see her much. Chase the sun or shade. Okay, let me go inside real quick. I'm gonna get more coffee anyway. I can leave that. I'll be back in 5 minutes at the most. What you doing, Sneaky Pete? How's your guys' water? What is it? Probably thinking, what are you doing outside? Let me grab a chair. Oh, I don't want to wee. I just, what? I just weed-eated it. Now this is part of the land where I fell over. Do you guys remember last year when I fell over and fell into that ant pile? And I had that one pot and tipped it over because of the ground being unsteady. And I had ants and termites and all kinds of stuff go up my pants. What the heck? Hold on. I ran out of coffee, so I brought Powerade, but shoot. I'll be right back. What you doing, Tay-Tay? What, PJ? I almost was gonna put up a stream earlier this morning. It was really pretty. Pink clouds. Okay, I'm back. I do my best to stay. Let's see. You do your best to stay in your lane and pace things out, observe my environment. I'm sorry to hear about your medicine. You don't remember that rose's name? Did it bloom in the summer, or did it bloom just, was an antique rose that just bloomed in the spring? Oh, most of the season. I wonder if it was Red Cascade. Was it a smaller bloom? Pastel. Man, especially if it was one of the antiques or... Man, Jan, how many roses did I grow? I mean, varieties. And if it bloomed all season, that makes me almost think it was a... it wasn't one of the no, because drifts wouldn't. The drifts are smaller. It wouldn't have been one of the knockouts either. I'm trying to think of which ones I grew that would have been climbers that would have got that big. I have not thought about. I've actually tried to put a lot of it out of my mind, and like what's even up there. Because then I'm like, I could still do this, I could start that over. But on a much smaller basis, I'd be much more realistic than I used to be. But there'd be so much, it'd take so much work. Tables will fall. Were you up there? Did you ever go up there, Jan? I don't remember if you went up there. I don't think you would have been able to get your car up there. Yeah, me too. And he's not open to stuff. I mean, I couldn't believe it took him 6 years to do it. He would have been with me on the last appointment, probably only 1 or 2 minutes, except for I was talking to him, like asking him questions and wanted to do it. And then he was just like, because he hated it that the last few years I've been going up in them, down in them. Well, choose me out that I was honest, that I was, taking less and less. And then when he knew that I was taking half of what I'm prescribed, what I'm supposed to, and I told him I'm okay, I'm doing okay. Then he was going to change the 2 medicines. And then he was mad when I didn't change. But there's still other options. I'm looking over. I started looking, but with how my health is and doing the other stuff, I want to go to Georgia. That's why I was supposed to go up around Emory. I don't think I could drive that far. I am not, even though I drive down a highway now, it's not the same. I don't have the confidence. Although I was at Auburn a while back. Well, that's not that far anyway. But I was going to go up around where you guys had the house. But I don't want to go on I-20 and then have to switch over. That's like I don't want to go by Atlanta either. So I'd go to Columbus, but I've been collecting wisteria. I've been training the wisteria shoots and planted in 2 places. Now, is that the native wisteria, or is that some of the other kinds that are invasive? Because I sold 3 varieties of American wisteria, and I still have some big ones up at the farm where I could give you some What the heck is the names of those? Anyway, there's native wisteria that grows in the U.S. I sold that too. Send you some cuttings or other stuff. Do you know? Oh, I was thinking of kudzu too, but how beneficial kudzu is, but it takes over. You can eat it. Used to put the flowers in soap, but if you dry it out, that's what they brought it here for, was like to be for cow fodder for them to eat. But you can dig up the roots and then dry it out and grind it into a meal instead of flour. It was an antique variety. It is possible that I'm not remembering the bloom cycle correctly. The blooms were smaller, but they were many in a cluster. I was almost going to say not ballerina. What the heck did I sold so many of that one, but it wouldn't have, I can't imagine it would have gotten that big because you had more sun. Clusters and pink with that. If it bloomed, I'll have to think about that. I mean, I grow so many varieties. I was looking at that. I got a catalog from Stars. Um, well, for bare root for next year. A bunch of them are still all sending me catalogs and other stuff. But I think I got one from Weeks Roses too. I don't think you got the Hurricane Rose. And that maybe you did. Because I know it's way up in the trees. Stay on I don't have anything that works. I mean, it's invasive, so you have the invasive kind. Purple flowers, yeah, that's planted here too, and so a lot of the people don't like the honeysuckles or wisterias because from the old gardens they got what was in the catalogs, which was the chintz, which was the chinensis, the Chinese varieties. But one was Blue Moon, I think, if you look it up. One is Wisteria frutescens. That's one species that I grew that's native to the U.S. And then I'd have to really think. But I've got them up by one of the compost piles, one of the shade hoop houses, and it's growing all over one of them. Did you ever see that blue rose, Jan? People would fight over that in Montgomery. It takes up, there's one and it takes up half of that shade building. Villain Blue. Fragrance. They are good. And if you keep up on the roots or the other stuff. That's interesting, though. You have some nice plants. But you said Tennessee. That's why, because you are close enough. Well, if you want native honeysuckle, we'll have to get in contact stuff. I want to get a post office box. I didn't get to get one when I went to town. Was that yesterday? No, the day before yesterday. Because that was going to be the worst day this week for the weather. So, and that's when I was doing the hummingbirds and then, but there's stuff that I could always start and even make pots and then take it out of the pot. And I've got rolls of burlap up there. I could either put them in burlap bags or some other stuff and either do cuttings or make small pots. There's so many pots up there. I have from 2.5 inch to 4 to just so many different sizes. But if you'd wanted one of the red honeysuckles, the native ones, or look up Wisteria frutescens. I can't remember the other one. But I have native plants. Native plants was one of my specialties too. So I have a lot of the native ferns for these kind of areas, and a lot of the wildflowers for the different areas that would probably be in your area too. God, now I'm gonna be thinking about plants and stuff all day, which isn't a bad thing. But when your passions, yeah, that's when I just never want to sleep. It's a good thing though. I have a smile on my face. Makes me want to do it. It's eight. It's 8 inches to a foot at the base. Those things, they get huge. That's why people can't get rid of them sometimes. I can't remember what other benefits that has, the Chinese one, but it said some of these other things that. Do you have kudzu too? Kudzu used to use that in soap, the blooms. Smells kind of like grape. I can hear the hummingbirds all over up on the porch. There's like 4 feeders up there. I'm sorry, birdies. Maybe it's just too hot. You come down. You were here earlier. But there's 2 trees back there that, one is a viburnum, and they're supposed to never flower. They're used for, like shade, deterrence. Well, no, what do I want to say? Like privacy, you know, if you wanted something that was evergreen for privacy. But it's grown so large and reaching for the trees and stuff like that that took like 20 years, but it just smothered in blooms. So interesting. Yeah, I'd love to. Oh, there's a bird. There you go. Look, can you guys see? A tufted titmouse. That's what that was. Oh! Oh, before I moved the camera, I should have taken a highlight. Dope. And then look at how shaky I am. Can you take, can you tell I'm taking less medicine? Yes, I know. I'm now that I'm not outside all day long, I'm in your guys' space, aren't I? I am gonna weed some more. It's just so rainy, and a weed eated a path to her, and then by the 2 building from the ramp and from the other buildings a week ago. It's probably 2 weeks ago. I have no concept of time anymore, really. Except for if it's day or night. Well, not even that. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, is it? Try to wonder if it's daytime or nighttime. Cause it's 40 foot in a tree. Oh, there's another one. There goes a blue jay. Maybe it was just too hot. Maybe it was too hot for them to land on. Yay! A blue jay and a tufted titmouse. Oop, look at how shaky. I want to take a highlight. That's not worth it when I shake like that. Maybe we'll see a woodpecker. There should be cardinals. I saw a bunch of cardinals flying around. Maybe I'll get one of the, put this one stand over here and put it behind her. And, not today. I didn't put all the hummingbird feeders up. Put a couple behind her. I need to weed though and get some more areas. I always have. I'm getting ant bites and other stuff. It's so abundant, it just wants to turn back to woods. Here? Oh, you mean where you are? This does, it wants, I always considered, that's one reason that I farmed or thought it was that, in my opinion, Alabama is a good place to grow like that, like, or other stuff, but with the rainfall that, well, you've got, is that Tennessee? It's Tennessee. You got, what is that, Murfreesboro? One of the horticultural top places is up there. What is the name of that town? But yes, this land is advantageous, in my opinion, in Alabama. When you see them clear it, clear the pines, clear other stuff, you can drive by it 6 years later, and maybe they're not as tall as they were when they cut them down, but yeah, this land wants what was carved out back. There's seedlings that I was hoping to get out. Well, they're not seedlings anymore. Behind the house years and years ago, and couldn't do it. Now I still can't. And there's trees. Some of these ones that are like 120 feet. There's a few that are like just 3 foot off the back of the house. So, but I had called to get a few maybe taken down by that building, because there's about 12 that, well, 6, 7 trees that came down. They're all hanging up together like widowmakers. I'm afraid that one here, because then when their roots are as big as the canopy, and plus there's a slope, so with those other ones coming down and their roots being that big, it softens up the other stuff. Plus it's on a slope going downhill. Those ones by the building, I'm just hope they wouldn't, but it was over $1,000 to take each tree down. Oh, you did say New Mexico. Who was it that was saying Tennessee? I'm sorry. See, that was the thing. That's right. You told me that because you knew from 505. Sorry, Mossy. Somebody else was. And you grow that much stuff there? You're not. You're pretty much the only. So you have that out there, the wisteria and the other stuff? It was an antique variety. That must be. It is possible that I am not remembering. Yeah, that's me, Jan. I'm not remembering. Look how shaky I am. Well, actually, don't look how shaky I am. I turned on the air conditioner. I only have, air conditioner's been out for I don't know how many years. So there's only one window air conditioner in there. In the whole place, I keep most of the rooms shut. And nice breeze right now coming up. So a lot of succulents would grow out there good, huh? Agaves and stuff like that. Do cannas grow well out there? I got a bunch of red cannas to get rid of. I know I could sell those at farmers markets and stuff. I liked New Mexico. I think the other place I stayed around was around Flagstaff. I can't remember the town though. So I probably won't go today to town, maybe tomorrow. If I go to, well, the post office box would call us by 5. I don't think I want to stand in line. Maybe I'll try to go tomorrow morning. They picked up the trash. They probably hadn't picked the whole neighborhood up for 3 weeks. I'll do a video soon. Just wisteria. But wisteria doesn't naturally grow out there, does it? And a scratch bush. I'm not sure if I know what that is. I cut 12 to 14 out of them and exposed concrete pavers. Somebody had a little secret garden. I don't think I know what scratch bush is. Maybe I didn't know that they did it. Well, the wisterias that a lot of the country has, and then the honeysuckles, you could find in old catalog books, feed stores and stuff from like, I don't know, 1800s, 1900s or something. That's how they got down here. when I've looked at some old ones, they it was popular. You'd see that the wisteria or the honeysuckles and stuff up growing over the places. Actually, I got roots right here. If I clean around it, I show you the roots from. I hated that it came down off the Ladybanks rose. I'd like to put up another arbor and have that grow back up. But there's just a bunch of those trees you see in front have receded. I don't know how. Well, they need to come down. Things just grow so fast. Those do. The tulip poplars, they grow very fast. That other looks like sweet gum, which they in California and other places, those are great urban trees. I brought out a Powerade. I just drank the whole thing. Look at you, kitty. I'm still trying to figure out what this thing was. It must have died. I took a picture of it the other day. Looks like it could be the shell of something. I thought it was. It's on this little statue. Look, I don't know what this is. I was going to. Oh, there goes the butterfly. That wasn't a monarch. What was that? Look, what do you think this is? Can you guys see that? Sorry if I'm shaky. Let's see if I put flash. Ah, oh, no, you touch. I'll probably end up flipping the camera around on me. See? Maybe that is just a shell. Oh no, it's moving. Oh, I'm at the head. Silly. I thought then it has been hanging out on her for more than a week. And I did a short on it that I haven't unlisted. And then I thought maybe that was just a shell, but now that I have the flash on it. What are you doing, Kiki? What are you doing, you sweet girl? Meow. Are you trying to stay cool? Trying to stay cool. I don't blame you. Actually, it doesn't feel so bad, probably because I'm not working. Oh, you almost can't see the girl now. I should see how hot this is. How much, I got 40% left on my phone. It's a secret spot. Isn't that weird though? But it is still moving. I took some pictures and video. Do you know what? I'm wondering if this other statue fell over. Looks like she has a crack in her. Hey, Gemini! Happy hump day, Jim. How you doing? See how shaky I am, Gemini? I have an urban permaculture farm at a park 2 blocks from my house. I planted fruit trees with others. Awesome, Jan! I was given a freedom apple tree for my help. Somehow it is flourishing. Jan, you say somehow. Awesome, Jan, that's wonderful. Hanging in there. I am hanging in there too. I'm hanging in there really well, Gemini. I say, I got a booming headache right now, migraine, but it's been nice. Got to talk to people. I decided to, I was going to stream the birds for an hour, 90 minutes. And it's been a while since I've talked to people or came out here and streamed the birds for it. So I've been sitting out here for 3.5 hours. So hanging out, where today was kind of a good day. I had started cleaning early, but that'd be 3.5 hours. I could have cleaned my house. I self-sabotaged myself. I need to mop. Gemini, meet Jan is someone that actually knows me. You might know Mossy and other stuff. Jan actually knows me. She lived here for a long time. Now she's in Minnesota. Since I see you, Jim, I keep thinking about you. I have another present for you. I did it the last time I read your, or could have been before, your message. And that you talked to your daughter, right? I have another one. Oh, there you go. There's another titmouse. See, I won't be able to, I'll shake too much. I want to take a highlight to show there were some birds in the garden, and I'm just way too shaky. And message redacted is Mossy, Mossy. And Gem is Gemini or Gem. Yeah, she actually is someone that can tell people I'm not a bot. A guy the other day was giving me a hard time. Yeah. Was telling me how much my AI sucks. And I'm a bot and a bunch of other stuff. Told me I was boring. Ooh, I'm sitting down. Doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. I'm so overwhelmed. Oh my goodness. What do you mean you're not deserved? See, you sound like me not wanting people to help me, or I don't take praise well. You do deserve it, Gemini. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. There's so many people that I need to make them for, and some I've known for a long time, but I kind of do what's in front of me and whatever guides me to do whatever. And after knowing that in your statement about your daughter, I think I had already done it or not, but yeah. So I'll have to release it. I already got it made, and with music, I haven't put the details, so maybe I'll just put it up without doing any details, so that you have a second one. Much love, my friend. Most trolls or kids ignore. This one wasn't. The one guy actually had a page and had a bunch of stuff on it. But yes, you're right about kids. There were a bunch in Dolly's the other night, and then I was at another, Adele. She was here earlier. She had a bunch the other day. What some of them I don't think they think you know is that you can push on them and see their page, like if they're a kid or whatever. And then they'll be like, "How do you know?" And it's like, so I try to do that. Oh, silly. Well, maybe at your next creation, Gemini does art and doodles too. So there's one that I dedicated to her a while back, and it looks like a field of flowers. It's actually Gemini drew. I think I pinned it. If you look at the description, it'll have the links to Gemini's channel, and then the short that I remixed. Here's the thing about remixed. I need to not tell you guys, but other people. I don't think they realize that when you remix, at least from what I found, but if you push remix, you only get 9 seconds. It's not like, so to do something with 9 seconds, it's hard for me to do things. And here, I'm kind of like an all-natural person. And here I've been messing with AI, but yeah. I'd like to be able to do that for a lot of my friends, make a video or something but it just takes me so long. I guess that's an excuse or not, but my brain has to go with it or not, and I think I did it something yesterday or today, and the edit for the volume didn't turn out. That's a lot of work. No, she doesn't. That's another tufted titmouse. Yay! Maybe the bowl was just too hot, because I'm not sitting that far. No, she doesn't. But Jan actually knows me and knew about my farm and stuff like that. Well, not knew about it, actually been out here. Started out as a customer and became a great friend. I was very, extremely grateful. So I actually didn't have a lot of friends. I did, but not a lot, because I got to where I was way too busy. And I had a lot of friends that, I did have a lot of friends that would get mad because they would ask me to come over or do something, and I was running 3 businesses. I didn't have time. So it didn't mean I didn't care about the people. I didn't have the time. So Jan used to come see me. It is a perfect explanation, no excuse. There's a difference. Please give yourself grace. Okay, since you said it that way, I will for now. Hopefully, I'll remember the rest of this conversation. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. She definitely has a special one. And, I'm, I think my phone's broken with your phone number, Jan. No, it might be that one that's still up and it's like an hour away, and I took all my tech stuff. Okay, I didn't need to do that, sigh. But the one girl has had my phone for over a year now. I took it up to her after not Sunny, Dexter died last year. So I took it up to her last May or June. And she still has my other phone. I also took her 2 laptops and 2 desktops and came home without my cord. And it was right before Windows was switching, and I don't really want to get real upset about it, but when I tried to access some pictures, I was going to make a slideshow of some of my farm stuff and what these grounds used to look like. It won't let me access any of it, and there's like over 4 terabytes of info just in that one computer. Thank you. I don't do YouTube except for watching and sometimes commenting. I am definitely technology challenged. Me too. I have sometimes problems pushing the buttons, turning them off, showing myself. So what you doing today, Gemini? How are you, lovely lady? I can't believe I've sat out here this long. Really nice breeze starting to come through. Can you see some of the plants? Jan, that one that's there's a tufted titmouse. See that one that's bending over right there? That's a volunteer. Oh, where's my finger? You talk about technology. This one right here. That's Calicarpa beautyberry. Volunteer beautyberry. I don't know if you ever got any of that for me. Purple flowers in the fall. They look like vivid hot purple marbles. Birds love those. That's another reason there's so many things all over around there. The birds planting seeds. You have a meeting in 10 minutes for 45 minutes, then done. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'll stay at. Like 3 hours and 40 minutes is, I was going to put an hour stream, but I knew that wasn't possible. Then I was thinking maybe 90 minutes, but 2 hours. So yeah, been great that I could got to talk to so many people. I'm really glad. I'd like to make a schedule to where it said when I would be on, but I'm just uh, not to that point. Maybe if I ever get on some different meds or something, that might help. I don't think I'm going to worry about what else is going on. I don't think I'm going to go continue to try to search out for doctors and then have to go over that way and then worry about the cost. I'm doing fine. You guys all say I'm doing great, right? I'm doing great. Yeah. Yeah. Had a good day the other day and then yesterday I kind of crashed. I don't know if it was because of that or it's just I have to just go on with how my body feels. And I actually wrote a song. Well, a poem. You guys are gonna think it's weird. I don't know if I should tell you or not, but yeah. Meniere's is worse than my epilepsy. It controls my life. It will not let me do what I want to do. You're always so positive and sweet, Gemini. More flowers for Gemini. See, I almost said your name wrong. Because the cicadas don't seem as loud as they were this morning. Get off of me. That was a big, um, uh, like horsefly. Those hurt. Oh, that's hummingbirds. I could probably later or whatever. I wonder how they're feeding. Put up a silent one. I don't like to. The other day when I left that one up silent, I thought it'd be. I thought it was unlisted, but a lot of those feeders sit up there by the AC, so that's kind of annoying. I was talking a bunch this morning, Gemini. Not really now. Oh. So glad you were here, Jan. I have to see about a phone number that I'm just negligent. One other good friend, well, actually, a few are still trying to track me down. I really need to. It's hard when, I don't know. They don't really know what's happened. I don't. Mm. Did you hear that? I don't know if you can hear those little chirpings. Those are hummingbirds. So beautiful. Started out this morning with pink clouds. You don't anyone in that explanation. I just avoid. I don't know. Well, I do justify myself or whatever. Probably because I'm uh, think so different or something. Maybe that comes from parents and uh, kind of like abusers or something or other, where you kind of need to explain yourself. Mother Nature is truly awesome. Mother Nature is awesome. It's probably my main jam. That was even like with my business, Mother Nature. I tried in my art, things I made, or even with art, I mean, incorporating Mother Nature into the art or doing the art related. And then here I was doodling like circles and other stuff. Probably my brain changed. Plus I was just goofing around. Yeah. Nature and art are pretty close, and then music. If it's not other, that sounded like a woodpecker. That was a woodpecker, I think. But if it's not music in my ears, music from nature, that's a cardinal. I bet you maybe she was too hot this morning. Usually if when it was summer, have to stream her early in the morning till when it's summer like this, and then about 2 o'clock or something. Once this area gets shaded some, then they're back more. You're not negligent. You are not negligent. It's simply impossible. No, I am negligent in many ways, though. I really am, as far as important things here. Look what, see what I found? There's more. Here is, the lilies didn't really get to bloom. Do you remember all the lilies I'd sell Jan, to, like, uh, antique bulbs for the South or other ones? So many cut flowers. Do you remember? Was I selling cut flowers there too? But I just found a little. Aw, and I dropped it. Where'd you go? Here's one. Oh, there's a bunch right here. Ooh, jackpot. Jackpot, jackpot. And I'll probably pick up some next week. One reason I hand weed and get picky about other people coming in and doing it, because there's Mother Nature's gifts all over. And some of these plants are so big that, yeah, that's how I want to supplement my income. Do some. Can you see? Look at my hand. So these are little bulbins. Where's my hand? See how not good at technology I am? So I'm trying to remember which. These are not Asiatic lilies. These are, it's a type of lily. I'm trying to remember which ones these are that are sitting over. It's not an Asiatic lily. But, yeah, look at the roots on some of these, though. Easy. I need to get some soil or dig some. I've got all the stuff up there, but to drag it down these hills with the paths, put these in little 2 or 4 inch pots. But that's because I got a bunch right here. And they didn't really bloom this year, just very little. I'm surprised all of the, there's a couple dozen right here. So I want to weed and then rake some, see what other little treasures are all over. Yes, I remember the lilies. I do. I remember you having cut flowers too at the farmer's market. Didn't I do about, Jan, did you buy a bird bath from me? Gorgeous. Thank you, Jim. Did you, I had a vision earlier that you got one of the ceramic, maybe blue, white, and green, that was on copper. Did you get one of those bird baths from me? Or little for bird water or something? I'm thinking there was some piece of art that you bought. So very long ago. That'd be so long ago. Not when I first went to business, but before. So very long ago. I miss that. Look how I would have had to downsize at my age if I was still trying to go to those big shows. I definitely would have had to find somebody to help, or no, I would have just had to downsize and probably been more realistic. But I know people would always be like, Where's this? Where's that? You're not growing that no more? Because I grew a lot of things you couldn't find places. Because of my brain likes everything outdoors. Now I'm just like blabbing for no reason. Blah, blah, blah. I've had my mind working, Gemini, talking about plants and stuff. Old things I used to do. Ding dong. Ding dong. Avon's calling. I should be quiet. I'm expecting the phone company guys to come jumping over my fence one day. Like they did that one day. Jan, there might finally be fiber here, but I want to talk to them because all these years they didn't. They're going to have to bring in a truck. And all these years I've been paying for fiber internet. They ran it up here, and then one guy was trying to sell it to me. I thought the phone company had a problem because you know how sketchy the Wi-Fi has always been. They're like, we finally have fiber in your area. And I was like, yeah, I've been paying for it. Then the guy wanted to give me, after all these years of paying for high-speed fiber, and the line running through the trees, not even under the ground, like regular, like bing, bing, bong, bong, whatever, the old style, was only going to give $2 off. However, the day before that, I got something in the mail saying it's starting at $45. But he was going to give it to me for $90. And I said no, that I wanted to check into Starlink, and also see if they have like a senior discount. So I had told him no, that I wanted to check around, and now I wouldn't, like even right now is still not a convenient time. I was feeding all those babies every few hours. They want to bring other guys in here and with a truck, and then they'll have to come in the house and everything. So I said no. I said, even though I waited all these years and want it, this is not a good time. And then I've been real sick and other stuff. I am going to have less of a filter. I'm tired of like people pushing me around like stuff like that. And I shouldn't say especially men, but it's just like, I don't know why people don't accept no sometimes. I used to hardly say no. So I said, no, I'm not ready. I want to check the other ones. And they had came out and installed it out by the road. I didn't know the day he came, but I had the gate locked. Jumped over the fence and sitting in the living room, probably half dressed. Thought I saw somebody walk by the porch, and sure enough, it was one of the guys. And I didn't answer the door, do nothing. Knew I was here, but I just didn't. I got kind of frustrated and irritated because I was just like, what do you, I didn't say that to my mind. I was like, what are you doing here when I told you guys I will call you if and when I'm ready? So he was all ready to do that day and have a crew came out, and they hooked it up outside at the phone line. And right now there's a roll of fiber optics cable laying on the pull trailer, the open pull trailer out by the driveway. And he wrapped up in a bag. So it's been sitting there for about 2 weeks. And they've been calling me a bunch. But when I had talked to them, they were like, yeah, well, we'll have to bring in a truck, and we'll have to do this or that. And I've been feeding all those babies every 3 hours or whatever. And I was like, no. So they've been calling me how many ever times, and that lock sometimes sticks. So I even bought a new lock at Walmart and double locked that gate out there. So I'm expecting them one day to show up and just be like, look, let us in. So I'm still paying for fiber optic and not even getting it. And yes, it would be really nice in these last few weeks that they had said it and did it. But I want to, especially when that next day or whatever, or the day before, whatever it was, had gotten that one saying, fiber starting in your area for $45 a month, and then he wants to give me $2 off of what I'm paying. It would still been $90. I think that's ridiculous. There should be a senior rate, plus it's not like there's a bunch of devices, people using it or whatever. So that's mean that I'm going to make him come on my time, but I'm expecting him. I don't know what it is about people and that there's signs up there and other stuff and that lock gate and think they just jump over the fence, and they're lucky that I don't have something else. Hello, you back? What you doing? Jim, I am in the same situation, saying no once or twice doesn't always work, and you're a male, so, well, which is good to know because I sometimes feel I don't mean that bad because that's not wishing. I use the wrong words. I take that back. My thought was wrong and I mentioned the wrong words. I should check my phone. My other phones are sitting out there. Yeah, I don't know why people do that, and then they make you wait, and then they're ready to do it. It's like right now we're gonna do it. I had that problem. I had a serious problem with a roofer, very serious. And he even cut down part of this Japanese maple. I could see them from up above working at the farm and stuff they were doing. And then he tried to charge a bunch of extra stuff that he did not do, saying that he replaced. Oh, these other phones are freaking hot. The other ones I had sitting on that bench, they're like, um, I don't know what that would have. Oh, that ding that you guys heard was my other phone. It says it's cooling down. Maybe I should turn that off. That was barely in the sun. From that bench I was sitting at, it's just starting to get some sun. Yeah, they are hot. They're way hot. Shut these both down. Oh, both of these phones did. Oh, that one already shut off from the heat. Wow. Super hot. I don't know why people don't take that if you're not ready. I mean, it makes me want to tell them, heck no, come get this. I'll find a different stuff. I mean, still paying that. I went without internet or any service for a long, long time, cut the cord. But then when I started streaming and stuff, super hot. So Jen probably, I would agree, if you can get it for $45, why not? Well, especially, he didn't know that. It must have been the next day. So the salesman, he was out of Tennessee or Mississippi. Like most of the time, my service tells me I'm in Mississippi or Louisiana or Tennessee or somewhere else. But that's what I had planned to do, and it's already been a few weeks. Was call him and tell them. But I want to check on Starlink as much as I wouldn't want to get that, and especially ask them if they have a senior program. I'm not one to usually ask for stuff, but most of the time they do have stuff like that with Les. I mean, if that says starting at 45, I want to ask, I don't know, maybe I should act like I'm a new customer. I want to say, well, I'm not hardly on it, not like lie or something, but just be like, okay, what does this involve? Because sometimes they say starting at this rate, but then nobody actually gets that rate. And I've had years of problems with this company. I cut them off a few times and just went out with TV and whatever. And then I don't answer my phones. Right? Everything adds up. I've got like 12 animals to get fixed. If it was 45, that'd be half price. It'd be $45. That'd be a few bags of cat food or... Oh, get away from me, bee. $4 I've been streaming. I got 48 likes. That's good for me. So many people. I won't remember who all was here. I didn't turn my leaderboard on either, did I? I don't see it on that screen. I'm so happy to see so many people, Jan. I'm really glad to see you. Glad to hear you okay. I gotta look in there and see. I know I've got your phone number on that phone that is in Alexander City or up in Auburn. That, in fact, if you've tried the one number, yeah, I gave up that phone number after paying for it for a year, and she still doesn't have it. I need to, I need to, because she didn't give me that one cord, which that'll be okay, but I really need to take three of the machines back up to her. She's so busy, and be like, how come all these that I paid for and that you fixed are actually not working? And that will be a year ago, so that'll be really hard. I'll probably have to suck it up and pay for all that again. Don't be negative. It's just sometimes, you know how rural I am, Jan. Sometimes people are like even when I was sick, there were people who would be like, some of my customers for Atlanta, why don't you call an Uber? I'm like, I don't even know if Uber runs out here. I mean, uh, um, pizza, we have pizza. They won't drive out here. Nothing will come out here. Mm. I'm about talked out, I think, for a little while. I should probably go and maybe see you guys another time. I don't know if I will come on here or not and everything. Look at the cats. That's how you know what's going to happen. You guys know what's going to happen? That's Daphne. Look at, it's so hot out and they can lay like that, I guess, but the ground is probably cool right there. Daphne, because you're all shaded out by those weeds and those yuccas. I just dropped my phones. Huh, Daphne? Huh, Andy? Right, Andy? The ground's kind of cool because it doesn't dry up, right? Was yesterday the day that it was thundering a little bit? Oh, there is, I can see the calicarpa, the beautyberry. Oh, it's, a lot of times there's a tufted titmouse. A lot of times, maybe I should put up an unlisted live for when the birds come out later. And then release it later. I'll be leaving soon to pick up your son, Judson, at work. It has been wonderful. Jan, it's been really wonderful talking to you. So many memories. Thank you. I miss you. I love you. Yeah, it was so many years. I will try checking in again soon. I think I've got your number on that there that's not working, that water. I'll search. It's, I apologize that you've had to reach me, but I'm glad you knew about my channel. I think you're the only. I know it is expensive. I know the vet visit alone will cost me $80. Yep. I shouldn't do that. I'm thankful for them, but yeah, the vets have always loved me down here. Jan knew me when I had even more, had the dogs and other stuff and more cats up at the farm. I'd take them in from all over. Jan, much love. Tell everybody hi back that way. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and turn off this stream. It's been 4 hours and 4 minutes. Who else is here besides you? Dream Catcher? No, Dream Slayer? Dream Tooth. I do have, I can't read. And I actually know your name and know your face. And then, who else is still here? Gemini, are you still here? No, she had to leave for a meeting. Who's driving down this road? I'm trying to slide. Nobody usually does. Much love, Jan. Yeah, big hug. You bring a smile to my face. So many. Thank you. I'm glad that, yeah, that you know about this and have a way to contact me. Um, and Dream Tooth. I don't know who people are here. Maybe it's just you two. There's four. There's two other people. Are you going to say goodbye or are you just going to listen? They're just going to. Well, I'm done. Much love, you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It was fun. Nice. I better check all the water bowls before I go. Let these phones cool off, and maybe I'll stream the birds or the hummingbirds unlisted and then release it later for you guys to see. I don't. I'll try to catch some of your channels. I don't know when I'll sleep. So, toodles. Oh, you can hear some of the birds. This. Yeah. Maybe I'll put one up and put it over in the shade. Okay. Ciao, ciao. Much love. I appreciate everybody coming. 49 likes. Oh, that was awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Okay. I'm out of here. Have a good day. The best day you can. Take care, everybody.